Word. So now that you've had an evening to sit with all the information, do you have any questions from yesterday before we keep barreling forward?
I have a question about the water, creating crystal water.
Yeah.
Um, can we do like any container? Because I was like thinking as I was, I got one of the giant Stanley water bottles. So like because it's stainless steel, I think. So can you put like crystals in this, or does it have to be glass?
So that's a really good question. So here's the thing. If crystals are loose in any sort of drinking container, when you tip it,
Yeah.
you're gonna chip a tooth.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just I've had people do that and come back to me, and I'm like, that's not how we do it. Um,
hmm
so I recommend brewing the water, and then you can put it in whatever container you want.
Okay. But there's not like any interaction between like stainless steel and like the crystal itself or anything.
Not really. I mean, everything does have a vibrational energy, but stainless steel and glass tend to be okay. I mean, right now I am drinking my tea in a ceramic mug, and that water is crystal water.
hmm
So, does it change? It might. There's no testing. I mean, there's no way to really know. I mean, yeah, you could put it in plastic, but then, you're getting microplastics in your water. So, but for the actual like brewing and creating the water, clear
hmm
glass.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. Any other questions before we move forward?
One, Allie. Most of my glass type containers are actually crystal. Is that a problem if
Oh,
you're doing? Okay.
no, that's even better.
Higher
Yeah, because
vibrational.
when I
Mhm.
was going through my cabinet, I'm like, oh, it's all
That's a good idea, Linda. I've got some crystal too that I don't use.
Yeah.
that made some of my crystal water in my wine glass.
Yes.
Woohoo.
Yeah. Yeah. And those crystal, goblets and stuff are mixed with other things, but in the end it's just all minerals. That's what
Mhm.
that's what it's made with. It's all minerals. So yeah, you're good. Yeah.
Yeah, shopping trip.
Yeah. Yeah, start going to antique stores. Okay, any other questions? Okay. All right. I'm going to go through this next section a little fast because we're going to come back to it at kind of near the end of the class. But this is yet another way of working with crystals. So we're still in that working with crystals section, which we're on page what, 13, 14. So we talked about how to use a pendulum and a body pendulum to select crystals, how to connect with crystals, how to program a clear quartz. And now another way that you can work with crystals is making grids. Has anybody, other than Dee, because I know you've done it, has anybody ever made a crystal grid?
No.
Okay, Melanie, you have. All right, good. So crystal grids are based on sacred geometry. And have any of you ever taken a sacred geometry class? Okay, Rachel has. All right. So sacred geometry is everywhere. I mean it is literally the building blocks of matter when energy turns into matter. You can find sacred geometry in nature, in how plants grow, flowers grow. You can find it in seashells. It's how crystals are built. We even have sacred geometry in our body. I'm not going to go into that in this class, but in the advanced class, I talk about the sacred geometry that builds our DNA, and it is freaky awesome. Like it's crazy. But sacred geometry is the building blocks of absolutely everything, and it is how the universe communicates. And when I first heard that, I'm like, what do you mean? That's how the universe communicates? Like, do these patterns actually put out words? And that's the limitation of the human mind, where we think that the only form of communication is in words. Words are the lowest form of communication. So sacred geometry puts out an energy. It puts out a pattern because energy communicates in patterns. And so when we start placing crystals in sacred geometry patterns, we are amplifying the power of the crystals. So when we take a bunch of crystals and methodically put them together, think back to the copper dowsing rod videos. You know how big one tumbled reaches out. Now imagine you have 15, 20, 30 tumbled crystals all working in harmony. It's going to expand how big that energy field is. And then when the crystals are in specific patterns, that is a communication that goes out into the energies. And what that communication does, what that pattern does, is it matches to the quantum field. And so that quantum field, I know I gave you a very cursory, explanation of it. And if you're interested, you can dive more into it. There's lots of information about it. But everything in existence and in future existence is already in the quantum field. We just have to match it. And so you can use this and literally send an imprint, and then the energy comes back. That's a very brief explanation. But it's how energy communicates with each other. And sacred geometry is repeating patterns over and over and over and over and over again. And that's exactly how crystals are built. Crystals have the C-axis, and that crystalline lattice is built with atoms over and over and over and over and over again. It's just a replication of patterns. So when we start working with crystals in sacred geometry patterns, we are amplifying the effects. So I want to talk briefly about 3 basic sacred geometry patterns. And I'll tell you, this first one, the flower of life, is overwhelmingly what I work with. This is like the be all and end all of working with grids. This particular pattern contains a lot of ancient symbols, ancient religious symbols. I mean, it's got the Kabbalah tree of life, the Star of David. It's got the Merkaba built into it. And by its name, flower of life, this is a life-giving communication. This is a life-giving pattern. So when you want to create something from scratch, let's say you have an idea for a project, a business, a book, a whatever, something that you want to create from scratch, this is what you work with. This is the pattern that you work with. It is also a pattern that is protective because it's got the circles around it, and circles are protection. It's like you're building, kind of a barrier around yourself. And this particular formation matches the first 8 cells of an embryo. This is what it looks like. So we have this flower of life pattern in us. Okay. So I like to use this particular pattern when I am doing like healing, sending healing energy to specific locations. Like if there's an earthquake, if there's a forest fire, if there's a war. I currently have a Flower of Life grid to help women be empowered in areas in the world where they are being suppressed. Okay? It's protective, like it's protecting them so that they can empower themselves. I also like to use this formation when I'm creating something new. You know, I have multiple businesses and they are all very creative. And so whenever I feel like, you know, what's my next creation? What's my next book? What's my next class? What's my next, you know, adventure, whatever it is, I work with this, okay? Later on today, I'll talk you through how to build these grids because there's kind of a recipe of the things that you do. But I just wanted to touch on sacred geometry. Like here's a grid that I did several years ago for, we actually built this in a class. I think it was during, oh, what, it was a a meeting of world leaders in Paris. And I cannot remember what the exact meeting was, but it was not expected to go well. I mean, it was expected to be catastrophic. And so during class, we built this grid to kind of calm and, you know, calm the energies, calm the egos, like get rid of the fiery energy. And the meeting ended up being okay. Like, nobody killed each other, no wars were started. But we sent the energy to them to help them through the process. So that's what it looks like. And what you do with these grids is there are just natural places on the grid where you put crystals. So here, wherever there's an intersection, you can put crystals. You can also put crystals like in between. So it's just, you can build them small, you can build them really big. I've given you some recipes in your workbook that I have worked with, but this is just fun. This is, to me, it's very fun. It's creative. It's almost meditative to sit and figure these out. You know, what crystals do I want to use? What's my intention? You can see here underneath the center crystal, I have an intention written. You can put photos, you can do all sorts of things. So, Flower of Life, that's a real basic pattern that you can work with. And you can put these anywhere. You can put them anywhere. I have right now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I have 6 active grids in my house and they're separated. But I have 6 active grids all doing different things. So to me, it's a fun thing to do. All right, the next pattern I want to talk about is the infinity symbol, which is also called Lemniscate, which I think that's just such a cool, cool name, Lemniscate. And this is a pattern that you can use for unity, for harmony, for bringing things together. You know, if there is imbalance that you are trying to balance, maybe for yourself, or if there is imbalance and disharmony in the home or in an office, you can put the crystals together in this sort of pattern. And what it is it's a pattern of never-ending perfection. There's no beginning, there's no end. It just flows and everything is connected and unified. And so this is a really good grid to put together. You know, I have put grids together with this formation to create more harmony in the world, to create more harmony in my home. So, you know, these are endless on what you can use these for. This is where in the title of this class, I call this class Science, Art, and Grids. This is the art in the grids. You just get to be totally creative with them. And here's an example of a grid that I did. And I'm wondering if I even put that in your book. I have a lot of grids, always a lot of grids that are active. I don't even remember what this one was. It was just really pretty. All right, the last formation I want to talk about is the golden ratio. Some people call it the phi ratio or the Fibonacci sequence. And this is based on Fibonacci discovered a numerical sequence where adding the numbers together created a ratio between the numbers that was 1.618. Okay, so this particular formation is an expansion. It's what you're going to use when you want to expand something. So flower of life is when you want to create from scratch. The golden phi ratio is when you have something, but you want to grow it. You want to expand it. Maybe something is stuck. You could have stuck energy in your house, in a particular room. Your business could be stuck. A relationship could be stuck, and you just want to expand it and grow it. And what is interesting about this formation is that this is how our DNA is shaped. The double helix is built on this Fibonacci sequence. We see this in seashells. They grow like this. We see it in plants. A lot of plants have this sort of growth to them. And it is just it's a fascinating grid to work with when you want to accelerate, when you want to grow and expand. And so this is what it can look like. And this one I did without the pattern. I recommend working with the patterns, which are the last 3 pages in your workbook. Work with those until you're really familiar with the spacing. And you can also go onto Google and you can just type in flower of life. And all these images come up. And literally you can just print them and work with them. There are some metaphysical stores where you can buy the cloth in these formations so you can get bigger versions. I actually have a life-size flower of life that I can lay people in for a session. So this is just yet another way that you can work with crystals. I personally love working with grids. I have some students where they're like, fascinating, interesting, not my thing. That's okay. That's okay. But I really encourage everyone to give grids a try and see what happens. And like I said, we'll talk more about this as we get near the end of today, because we're actually going to collectively build a grid together so that you can kind of understand the method to the madness of, of what goes through in creating a grid. All right, so this is another way of working with crystals. Another way of working with crystals is just environmentally. You know, we kind of touched upon this yesterday. You know, how do you not create crystal chaos? You know, what crystals do you have in certain areas of your house? And, you know, you can actually grid your house. You can grid your house. So I've given you some examples in your workbook, but what I recommend is first figuring out, what do you want a space to feel like? What do you want your family room to feel like? What do you want your bedroom to feel like? Do you have a home office like I do? What do you want it to feel like? You know, do you have a basement area that I don't like basements. Basements in Michigan are just so wrong. It's my poor real estate agent that I'm working with. I'm like, no basements. I'm like, no basements. They're dark. Like the energy is not good. If you have like a basement area, you can put crystals in there to literally clean the energy and lighten it up. So it's just a matter of figuring out what you want. What is the energy that you want? Do you want harmony in a family room? Do you want calming energy in a bedroom? Do you want like heightened energy in an office? It's figuring out what you want and then putting the crystals in that room, putting a grid in that room. So, a couple of things that I highly recommend are at your front door, especially if you have a lot of people coming over. Like I have a lot of people coming over to my house, and yes, all the crystals in my house are absolutely going to dissipate any, you know, negative energies that they may be bringing in, especially from other people or from workplaces. But you can put crystals at your front door. If you have like a little table at your front door, you can put crystals at your front door to literally splash people with crystal energy. You can put crystals above the door jamb. However, I would be careful. I've had a lot of crystals fall and break, so I don't do that anymore. Because you just don't know if they're going to fall. But another thing that I really like to do is on your main floor. Like if you live in a two-story house, the first floor of your house, go to the four corners of the main floor, the four corners, and put a chunk of black tourmaline in each corner. So we're going to talk about black tourmaline in a little bit, but this literally grounds the energy of your house. It creates a protective barrier, and it it'll make your home feel very comforting, very cozy. Um, I've been calling it nesting, where it's not isolating at home. It's like your home just feels so good. Like, why would you want to leave and go out into the chaos of the world? That's one thing that black tourmaline in the four corners does. So just being strategic and planning where do you want to put crystals, it can really transform your home. And you can obviously get bigger crystals. This is my fireplace mantle. I change these crystals up all the time, but here I had very, very high vibrational crystals on my fireplace mantle because that fireplace is right next to my dining room where I teach classes. And I want very high energy in those classes. I do not need people getting sleepy or groggy or lethargic. I'm blasting them. Doesn't matter what class I'm teaching, they are getting high energy from the crystals. So that's a very strategic plan that I have. Okay. Does that make sense? Does anybody have questions about where to place crystals?
Hi, Allie. This is Rachel. I do. What crystals do you put at the front door?
So in your workbook, I recommended selenite and black tourmaline, which are actually polar opposite crystals. But the black tourmaline is protective. Okay. So like for me, I teach classes at my house. I don't publicize my address, but sometimes I have people sign up for a class and it's like, I don't know who this person is. I can guarantee you I've never had a problem because black tourmaline, like literally my house is protected. Nobody is ever going to come to my house and cause trouble. And so that's why I put black tourmaline at the door. It's protective and it just creates that very comforting, like wrapped in a warm blanket feeling. But I also like selenite because that is super high vibrational. I talk about selenite in the advanced class. Another alternative could just be clear quartz. That we're going to talk about shortly is a very, very high energy crystal and it's just very cleansing. Like people walk in and it's like they get a crystal shower. So that's what I recommend.
So, Allie, if my house has a garage connected to it on the main level, would that be included in those four corners, or would you just do the living quarters?
I would just do the living quarters.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. And you can also put crystals in your yard. You can put black tourmaline on the four corners of your property, and that that will grid the property. Um, oh my gosh, I have so many crystals like at the base of trees that are struggling. I put a lot of clear quartz. Um, if you have, like a bird bath, you can put crystals in that. Just make sure they're Mohs hardness 6 and not toxic. There's lots of things that you can do.
Does the size of the crystal matter when you're doing a bigger property? I'm assuming bigger is better, when
Yeah,
you're talking acreage. Okay.
yeah. Just remember the copper dowsing rods, and you can literally you can test. You can test, but it doesn't mean that you have to like literally crystallize every square inch of the property. When you just grid the four corners, it's they communicate with each other. They communicate with each other. And one thing that I've done is in addition to the four corners, in the center as best as I could, I put a clear quartz and I connected all the black tourmaline with the clear quartz. So I've got the four on the ends, a clear quartz in the middle, and it's just a grid. It's like an energy grid. And what is interesting, because we have so much snow on the ground here right now, I live along a river. I have so many animal footprints in my yard, and my neighbors have none. So the animals are like, hey, let's go to the Crystal Cottage on the hill and let's hang out there. So I draw in a lot of favorable animals. I don't see them as unfavorable, but you know, um, certainly keep that in mind. But the black tourmaline can also be very protective. Can be it's very protective of the property. Creates a safe. Yeah.
Holly, I do have a question about that because the animals come to your yard because of the energy that's there. What about if you really want to keep certain animals away from your garden? Are there any crystals I can put in the garden where they come for their munchies?
Yeah, black tourmaline is protective, amethyst is protective, and you set the intention. Like tell the crystals, this is what I need you to do.
Okay. All right.
Conversation with them.
Okay. I'll let you know if I get my veggies.
Yeah. Yeah,
Allie?
yeah, just I've never done that, but just see if it works. And remember, when you have specific intentions with the crystals, I mean, you're just combining frequencies together and
Okay.
and sending that out. So definitely give that a try.
Okay. Go first. Goodbye.
Yeah.
So
Allie?
do you put like shelves in each corner of the house? How do you put your crystals up in the corners?
Oh, they're on the ground.
Oh, they're on the ground.
Yeah.
Okay.
They're on the ground.
Mhm.
Yeah. And sometimes they're behind furniture. Like I have a curio cabinet in one corner, and I just slid it behind the curio cabinet.
Okay. So what if like a bath in the bathroom? Because that would be one of my corners. It's like a where my sink is. I wouldn't be able to get to the corner on the floor.
Oh, is there a cabinet underneath this?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, stick it in the cabinet.
So just stick it in the cabinet. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Sherry.
I have 36 acres and I have a barn in this not quite center, but you know, so do I grid the barn and grid the house with the black tourmaline?
Yeah.
And then I have no clue how to get an idea of size for the four corners of the property.
So you probably don't want to do the property.
Okay.
Yeah, grid the areas that
Actually, I would like to do the property because I have one neighbor who has a lot of negative energy.
okay.
And we used to have two oak trees in the back that would ground a lot of it, but one of them died.
Yeah.
So I'd like to kind of keep his energy on his property.
Yeah. I mean, this is where I would work more with intention because
Okay.
rather than a whole lot of black tourmaline, like you can still grid the four corners and I would get, unfortunately, black tourmaline has been going up in price, but I would get at least a palm sized.
Okay.
At least that big. It's hard to find really big black tourmaline, but at least like a palm size, like a 5 or 6 inch long piece.
Hmm.
And then and then I would literally like try to walk the property. You could actually take a crystal wand. It could be a clear quartz wand and I would literally you'd have to walk it. I would draw the energy. So I would touch the black tourmaline in one corner and then take your wand. We're going to talk about wands in a little bit, but um literally you're drawing. It's almost like you're finger painting. So you have the point going down to the ground and I would draw
Hmm.
it to the next corner and then draw it to the next corner and the next corner and I would just circle it in like that. Does that make sense?
It makes sense. Do you know if electric fencing would negate that?
That's going to be it's going to interfere.
Okay.
Yeah. Um, so yeah. I mean you could try it, but
Hmm.
yeah, electric fencing is going to I don't know what that would do, honestly.
Okay.
I know it's going to create some interference.
Hmm.
Yeah. But you
I've
could
actually put pink uh, rose quartz in Mirage's stall, and it's helped some of her. Well, it seems to be. We got a long way to go with Mirage.
Yeah, but Sherry, you could grid the inside or the outside of the barn.
Hmm.
You
Yep.
could do that.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. So yeah.
Cool.
And this is kind of where the art comes in. You just give it a try
Mhm.
and see what works.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ellie, regarding that question for big properties, if we have a plot plan of our property that's accurate, can we just make that the grid and put our black tourmaline in the corners on the paper with the clear crystal in the middle because it represents the property? Would that
Yeah.
work?
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah, you can give that a try. And what would even be great is if you have a picture of as much of the property as possible and you put
Mhm.
that underneath the center part of the grid.
Oh, that's easy. Google Maps, you just do a screenshot.
Hmm?
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, this is where we're getting into the energy rather than the physicality of stuff. Yeah. Yeah. All right, let's move on. We're going to talk about another way to work with crystals and laying crystals on the body. In the advanced class, I talk about how to lay crystals off the body and more in the energy field. But to start with, laying crystals on the body is incredibly powerful. And we're going to talk about the chakras in a little bit. Um, Crystals don't have to be laid on the 7 primary chakras. You can lay them wherever you want. So in your workbook, further on, I've given you some recipes that I've created and worked with. But what I always say when it comes to the body layout recipes, the grid recipes, they worked for me. You may need to tweak them. Like I'm giving them to you as like a template, not to follow precisely. I mean, you can follow it precisely and see how it works for you, but it's more getting into your creativity of, okay, I want to lay crystals on my body. Why? What am I dealing with? What do I want to resolve? Then that helps you pick the crystals and figure out where to lay them. So before we end today, I'm going to have you all do 2 body layouts. so that you can feel a difference in them. But in addition, and I do this every evening. Okay. My evenings are comprised of laying on the couch, covered in crystals, watching a Hallmark movie. I literally cannot watch anything on TV that is more aggressive than a Hallmark movie. That's all my energy can handle right now. But I always have crystals on me. Always. Sometimes it's one, sometimes it's three, sometimes it's 50. I mean, it just depends on what I'm feeling. Sometimes it's huge slabs that I lay on my stomach. Other times it's little tiny crystals, and I start creating grids and art patterns on me. This is where you get to be creative. But even just placing crystals on your body for 5 minutes, especially at the end of the day, oh my goodness, that is going to clear your energy field. You're going to have a great night's sleep. It is really such a simple thing to do. And so the two layouts that I'm going to have you do before we end today are so easy and so simple. And you actually have all the crystals based on what I sent you for this class. Now, other things that you can do is you can wear crystals, like crystal jewelry. Crystal rings tend to be small, so not a huge amount of energy. Crystal earrings, again, tend to be small, not a big amount of energy. Bracelets are good. Although I got to tell you, I'm finding a lot of fake crystals in the jewelry industry. At the end of class, I'm going to give you all an invitation to experience my crystal cluster community. You can come in for a free meetup. We actually have our meeting tomorrow, and I have a jewelry expert coming in. I don't know what she's going to talk about, but I have a jewelry, a crystal silversmith coming in to talk to us. If you want to buy crystal jewelry like bracelets, do a pendulum test, do a body test, and ask, are these real crystals? That's the only way that I know how to test because the pieces are so small. But something to keep in mind is especially with bracelets, remember that your non-dominant hand, you are receiving energy. So if that is your left hand, bracelets worn on your left hand, you are receiving that energy. Whereas your dominant hand is sending. So the bracelets on your dominant hand, you're sending that energy out. I see people with like 20, 30 bracelets on both arms. Number one, crystal confusion. There's no thought or intention that have gone into that. Some of those crystals are buttoned up against each other. And there's no thought into what does the person want to receive and what do they want to send out. So that's just something to keep in mind with bracelets in particular. Now, if you have a thyroid issue, you can buy crystal necklaces they're almost like chokers. Like they're very, they're very close to the thyroid. Or if you want to work on your heart, you can buy a crystal pendant that hangs right there at the heart. So again, it's just figuring out, why am I wearing this? Like, what do I really want this crystal to do? So in your resource page, I put a listing of and it's under crystal bracelets, but she does make kind of the choker necklaces. And wow, where does Susie live? St. Louis, Missouri? Anyway, I've certified her as a crystal healer. She's a real estate agent, but she makes crystal jewelry. And so there's a link there. You can always reach out to her and say, hey, Allie told me about you. And she made me a choker that's very calming. It's very calming. It's celestite and angelite, very, very calming. She's really skilled at what she does. So crystals on the body are a really good thing, especially if you're leaving the house and you're sensitive to other people's energy. You can put crystals in your pocket. And remember, non-dominant side pocket, you're taking in the energy. The right side or the dominant side, you're sending the energy out. I never leave the house without crystal bracelets and crystals in my pocket. Never. I never do. So these are very, very beneficial things that you can do. All right. Next thing, a crystal altar. And this is just a place where you can create a crystal grid, or you can have a grouping of crystals, and it's basically your quiet place. Maybe it's a place that you go to meditate, you go to pray, you go to just be quiet. And it can be a room, it can be a section in a room. And it's where you go to just basically commune with your crystals, to just sit with them, even if it's just for 5 minutes. You just go and sit with them. You can add flowers, you can add your essential oil diffuser, you can add pictures, you can add statues of Jesus, or, Lakshmi, the goddess, or, whatever you want. You can just make this a sacred space. And that's what it is. It's a sacred space where you go and disconnect from everything and just be with the energies. So I have a space. It's actually, my healing room is now my crystal store. It's full of crystals, but that's where this particular altar is. And when I just want to work with my oracle cards or just get intuitive messages, all I have to do is sit in front of this, and it's like, whoa, okay. Now, this is where it really enhances intuition. So this is something that you can do if you want to do it. Just create like a crystal altar. All right, we've already done the crystal water. All right. So those are just all the ways that, kind of at a basic level, that you can really start incorporating crystals into your life. So do you have any questions about that before we start diving into the chakra system? Anything? All right. We're all good? All righty. Okay. In your workbook, I have given you a lot of information on the chakras. And, and I don't know how much training and education you've had on the chakras. But we as humans are born with the 7 primary chakras instantly activated. In the advanced class, I add 5 additional chakras that are activated over time. That it's not automatic. And there are some people that don't even ever activate some of those chakras. But these primary 7 are already active in us, and just everyday life can throw them off. Now, chakras are energy centers in the body, and these go back into very ancient civilizations and ancient traditions that have worked with chakras. And what the chakras are, a lot of people believe that the chakras are internal in the body, and that certainly is true, but they're also out here in the energy field. So remember, we have that egg-shaped energy field around us. And like, for example, our heart chakra is certainly in us, but it is also all the way out here. Okay, so it is multidimensional. They are not just in us. And each chakra connects to one or more glands in our endocrine system, the thymus, the thyroid, the pituitary. They also connect with certain organs. And then in between the chakras, we have meridians that to me act like, the superhighways that are running the energy between the chakras. We have a lot of chakras in our body. We have the 7 primaries, and I always equate them. I always have analogies for everything. And to me, the 7 primary chakras are like the major airport hubs. Okay, so like Detroit Airport, that's a delta hub. Okay, throat chakra. is a Delta hub. Okay. Houston, American Airlines, that's a major hub. Chicago, United Airlines. That's what the chakras are. They are the major hubs. Got to keep them healthy, got to keep them clear, because otherwise airplanes aren't taking off and people are getting mad. So when you keep those chakras running, smooth, clear, then the energy can start going to all the other areas. So all the little airplanes are taking off and they're hitting all the other areas. They're going to all your fingertips and your toes and filling everything. So while we have 7 primary chakras, we have about 72,000 minor chakras. We're just a big chakra system because chakras are energy. They are just energy. Oh gosh, I should have written this down because I cannot remember where I read this, but when it comes to like our brain is so programmed to think of our body as, okay, I have this physical body and this is who I am. Our body is 99 point and then 6 nines, 9999999% energy. It is only 0.000001 physical matter. I can't even comprehend that. Like the brain is like, I don't know what that means. It's really hard to comprehend. We are energy, and these chakras, they're not woo-woo. They keep everything going and flowing. And so when we can keep these major hubs, these chakras, clear, clean, moving, and flowing, our whole energy body feels better. But when they get clogged with emotions and trauma and shock and poor lifestyle and everything, all the frequencies that we're influenced by, it's the equivalent of having a hair clog. Everything backs up. The crystals are the Drano. That's what they are. They're the Drano that really help with this. So each chakra has a color associated with it. And when I first started learning this, I'm like, who came up with the colors? Like, what? I need some validation with this. I go into it a little bit more in the advanced class, but the short story is that every color has a frequency to it. The blacks, the browns, the reds, those are at the lower end of the light spectrum. So they have a lower, slower frequency. Whereas like the purples, the light pinks, the whites, very fast frequency, very high frequency. And then when you look at the frequency of the body, the lower part of the body, like the kidneys, the bladder, have a lower frequency than the throat and our brain. These are higher frequencies. So then it was like, okay, now this makes sense. Why the lower chakras with the lower frequency have the lower frequency colors. And the colors increase in frequency as you go up the body because that's how the body is built. Then it was like, okay, now this makes sense. So I'm not going to talk through everything because you got a lot of information in your workbook. But what I want us to do you have your pendulum with you? I want us to test our chakras. Because and I want you to keep track, write it down somewhere, because later on, I'm going to have you do a chakra layout. Okay? So remember, just, hold your crystal as still as you can. And we always work from the lower body up. So we're going to start at the root chakra. Now, the root chakra is at the base of your spine. So, without touching your chair, you're going to try to put it basically where you're sitting. And when you hold a pendulum in front of a chakra, the question to ask is the root chakra balanced? You're asking a yes or no. Is it balanced? Okay. The more you do this, the less you actually have to ask a question. I just put my pendulum in front of my chakra and it tells me. I don't even have to ask a question. Like it knows what I'm doing. But for now, just ask, is the chakra balanced? You're going to get a yes or a no. Okay, so let's start with the root chakra. And this is our survival chakra. This is our security in life. It's our foundation. It's where we feel safe in our community, we feel safe with our family, and this is where fear roots. The big thing about the chakra column is if we cannot get rid of fear. It's hardwired into the human experience. But if we do not quiet fear, it will snake its way up the chakra column and impact every aspect of life. And we've got a lot of fear in our world, so this is a big thing to work on. If we do not have a balanced, fully active, fully spinning and flowing chakra at the root, we end up having health issues. We may have low stamina, and it depends on it could be underactive, it could also be overactive. So when, if your pendulum is saying that your root chakra is out of balance, you can then ask the next question. Is it depleted? Yes or no? And if it says no, then ask, is it inflamed? Okay. So I've given you what it means when your root chakra is balanced, how you feel, how you feel when it's depleted, how you feel when it's excessive. I've also given you a variety of crystals, but we are going to be working with black tourmaline and smoky quartz in this class. Okay. I've also given you oils. If you like to chant, I've given you sounds. And then the corresponding body parts of what it works with. And sometimes we know when a chakra is out of balance because it's like, well, I have, maybe I have kidney issues, or, I'm having problems with my legs. My legs feel achy all the time. Well, that's a root chakra issue. Okay. So you can really laser focus on that chakra with certain crystals. Okay. All right. Did everybody get a yes or a no? All right, let's move up to the sacral, which is like 2 inches below your belly button. This is your creative center. So you can either create a human being, or you can create a business, or create an idea, a project, a book, create a beautiful home. This is where we create. Okay. It's also our emotional center. And again, if we do not address fear at this level, this is where it comes out in, oh, I have this really great idea, but nobody's gonna like it. Like you just start suppressing your creativity. Like, oh, I don't want to share about this. I don't want to share my love of crystals. Yeah, that's fear. That's fear. It's gotten up to your sacral chakra. So when it's balanced, you have good energy, you have enthusiasm, you're really good with change, you find pleasure in life, you just enjoy life. And so we're going to be working with carnelian because the sacral chakra resonates with the frequency of orange. Here's the interesting thing about crystals. So when a chakra is out of balance, sacral chakra resonates with orange. When you put an orange crystal on that chakra, it is telling the chakra, come back into coherence with the orange frequency. That's what it's telling it. Okay. In the advanced class, I give you some polar opposites that you can do based on whether a chakra is inflamed or depleted. But for now, here's where your chakra should be. Whether it's inflamed or depleted, you put a carnelian or orange calcite or any orange crystal, and it tells that chakra, come to orange. Come into the orange frequency. Come into equilibrium. Kind of like how the essential oils work. You can use the same essential oil. Like I always think of the thyroid. Doesn't matter if you're hypo or hyper. The oils tell the body, come to center, come to equilibrium. And that's what the crystals do too. All right. Does that make sense? All right. Did everybody get their sacral tested? Okay. All right. Let's go up to the solar plexus. This is the power center. This is empowerment. Oh my gosh, there is so much disempowerment in the world right now. We need to be sprinkling citrine over everybody. Like, I literally hand out crystals to people. I don't tell them they're crystals. I'm like, I found this pretty rock and I think you should have it. Because I hear your empowering language all day long and it's driving me bananas and I need you to put it in your pocket. So I hand out crystals to people all the time. Your solar plexus is empowerment, it's self-esteem, it's confidence, and it is deep wisdom. It is not ego wisdom. It's the wisdom. It's the words that come out of your mouth and you're like, where did that come from? Because that's pretty awesome what I just said. That's where you have such good self-confidence connected to your intuition that it's like, I'm just going to say, I'm going to share it because it could help somebody. If we do not address fear before this point, then it results in a lack mindset, a poverty mindset, limiting beliefs. You squelch yourself, you keep yourself small, you put yourself in a box like, well, I can't do that. My family wouldn't like that, or I don't have time. You'd start making up all the reasons why you can't do something. That is a solar plexus out of balance. Okay. Also, digestive issues are going to start here. And a lot of digestive issues relate to disempowerment. Okay. So we're going to work with citrine in this class, but the solar plexus relates to the frequency of yellow. Okay. All right. Did everybody get their solar plexus? That's right in the middle of the stomach. I think I forgot to say that. That's right in the middle of the stomach. All right. Let's go up to the heart chakra. This is our emotions. Okay. This is compassion, empathy, emotional balance. Having empathy and compassion for people that sometimes it's hard to have empathy and compassion for. Okay, this all comes from the heart chakra. If we don't address fear before this chakra, it's going to result in judgment, unforgiveness, inability to give and receive love, very critical behaviors. And when you have a balanced heart chakra, it just results in a very warm personality, a person who is just caring and giving to, humans, to animals, to situations. It's just huge empathy. Empaths typically have an overproducing heart chakra. Okay, you don't want that when it's excessively producing. Okay, so it needs to be balanced. Now, the interesting thing about the heart chakra, it resonates with both pink and green, which are polar opposite on the color spectrum. So we can go either way, pink or green. So in this class, we're going to work with rose quartz and we're going to work with labradorite, which has a greenish color to it. All right. Okay. The throat chakra, all right, right in front of your throat. This is your communication center. And when the throat chakra is balanced, like fully balanced, you can have authentic, truthful conversation that can be heard by others. Okay. And I just had somebody come to me this past week and she said, it doesn't matter what I say to people. Everybody gets mad at me. And I'm like, well, give me an example of what you're saying. She started screaming at me and I'm like, you have an overproducing throat chakra. Like, we need to calm it down. because nobody can hear screaming. And there's a lot of screaming in our world right now. And it's like, la, 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 I don't want to listen. When this is fully balanced, you can speak truth. You can say things that may be difficult for people to hear, but they can hear it. They hear it. They don't get reactive. Okay. So if fear is not addressed before this chakra, it results in angry, judgmental communication. And, in the front is communication, but in the back of our neck, this is where we store threat. Threat is in the back. And so that's when we can stifle our words. Stifling our words is not good. You should be able to say what you want to say, but it needs to be heard. So I'll tell you, major throat chakra imbalance in the world. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to be working with blue lace agate. That's a really good calming crystal. You can even drink it. We drank it yesterday. All right, third eye. This is right in front of your forehead. Okay, this is your intuitive center. And it's not just intuition, it's clear thinking, it's clarity, it's focus, it's discerning truth. Okay, we live in a world where we don't know what's true anymore. When you have a fully balanced third eye, you'll be able to discern truth. You may read something and bam, you're like, that's not true. I don't even need to research it. I know that's not true. But when I go research it, sure enough, it's not true. Or you'll see something else and it's like, ooh, that resonates as true. That resonates as true. Truth becomes energetic to you, okay? If fear is not addressed before this chakra, you start making poor decisions. You start being, you just basically follow the crowd. You don't have an ability to make your own decision. You're like the lemmings that are flying off the side of the cliff. That is an imbalanced third eye. But when you can make decisions and understand when a decision is ego driven versus intuitive driven, that is a balanced third eye. We can't get rid of the ego. The ego is beneficial. It keeps us safe. But the ego can be faulty, resulting in bad decisions. When you trust your intuition, it's always right, always 100% right. It may be crazy in the moment. Like 10 years ago, literally this time, 10 years ago, I ditched my full-time legal career in DC. At the height of my career, I had just won a major national award. And I went to my boss and I'm like, yeah, I quit. Like I'm moving home. And he's like, well, do you want to just work remotely? Yeah, sure, I'll do that. That lasted less than a year. But I just felt very strongly I needed to get out of DC and move back home to Michigan. And everybody's like, what are you doing? Like my poor parents, they're like, do you have health care? Like, do you have insurance? And I'm like, I'll figure it out. It felt right. And it was. It was the right thing to do. That's intuition. That's when you listen to it. Everybody else may look at it and say, you're crazy. And it's like, no, this is the right thing to do. So what we're going to be working with is amethyst on the third eye. Okay. All right. Crown chakra. Okay, this one you need to get directly in the center of your head. Feel like, a little string is pulling up. Now, here's the thing, right? You could look in the camera and see what it's doing. But once I know it's swinging, then I look up. And it's like, okay, now I know what it's doing. Okay. So your crown chakra is your connection to everything, to the quantum field, to God, to source, to creator, to ascended masters, to angels, to your higher self, which is your soul still in quantum field creator. And that connection helps with intuition. It helps with empowerment. It helps with your heart chakra to see that everyone is connected. It gives you an elevated view of everything. Okay. If fear is not addressed before this, you become very fearful of the future, very uncertain. You lose your faith. You end up with a lot of cynicism. You're closed-minded. That's the big thing. That's the big thing that I see in people. And Rachel, I think you said you're a Leo. Um, I'm a Leo, and I really have to tone down my snarkiness because when I encounter very closed-minded people, I literally want to say to them, "Oh, sweet pea, can I work on your crown chakra, please?" And it's like, "No, Allie, that's rude. Don't do it. Don't say it. First of all, don't call people sweet pea because that's condescending, and I do that intentionally." Um, but you cannot force a crown chakra to open and be balanced when people are not ready. So, like when you really start understanding how the chakras work, you're going to see it in other people. But hopefully you can work on keeping yourself balanced in a world that's very unbalanced right now. This is really important. So one of the layouts that I'm going to have you do is a basic chakra layout, and I'm going to show you how simple and fast it can work. All right, and we're going to work with clear quartz on the crown. All right, there's a lot more information in your workbook, but do you have any questions about that, about the chakras?
Yes, this is Rachel. I do have a question about the when a chakra is inflamed, does that mean it's overactive?
Mm.
Okay, and so that putting the stone that it corresponds with that chakra will bring it back into balance, whether it's either depleted or inflamed.
Yeah,
Okay, thank you.
yeah, you can do that. Yeah. Now, so in your workbook, I've given you just kind of a basic outline of doing a basic chakra balancing session on yourself or somebody else. And we'll do that later on today, but I want to talk you through how to do a wand chakra balancing. And if you have the bigger clear quartz that I gave you that has the flat bottom on it, I'll have you work with that. But when I work with wands, my wands tend to be at least 4 inches long, if not longer. But to do a wand chakra balancing, this is like a quick and dirty. I literally have 1 minute. I know my chakras are out of balance. I just came home from work and before I make dinner, I just want to clear my chakras. What you're going to do is, now this one's double terminated. Oh, here's one that's single terminated. You don't want to use a double terminated. You want to use a single terminated. And what we're going to do is we're going to open up and unzip the chakra column. So this sounds disgusting, but I'm just going to say it. It's like opening a body bag. Okay, we're going to unzip the body bag. We're going to release what needs to be released, and then we're going to zip it back up. Okay? And the whole time, the crystals are doing the work. We're just going to go through the motions. So the first thing that we do, we always work when we're doing crystal placements. I like to work from the feet up and then head down. Okay, that's just a natural flow of energy. So for us, we're just going to start at our root chakra. You're going to take your crystal. I'm not even going to point it at you. You're going to point it out. Okay. You're going to start at the root chakra and it's going to be pointed out. You're going to move it in a counterclockwise. So think of opening a pickle jar counterclockwise, right? To open it. That's what we're doing. We're opening the chakra column. Okay. So pretend like you have a clock on you and you're going to go counterclockwise. All right. And I'm going to try to get it where you can see. So you're going to start at the root chakra. And you see how I'm making the counterclockwise circle? And I'm just a couple of inches off the body. The point is pointed out. I am unzipping the chakra, so go ahead and give it a try. The more you do this, you're actually going to feel it. You're going to feel it. It's pretty cool. And then when you get to the crown, point toward the body. So you're going to flip the point, and now you're going to go clockwise. We're going to reseal that pickle jar, okay? So now we're going to go clockwise. And as we sealed, oh my gosh, I just got shivers all over. These are the things to pay attention for. Shivers, goosebumps, tingling, twitching, that sort of thing. Those are all, that's all energy. Okay? So clockwise, going back down the body. This is a very simple thing that you can do at the beginning of the day, at the end of the day. It literally takes a minute. It is a quick and dirty chakra balancing. Okay? And I recommend using a point, not the massage wand that's polished. I mean, you could if that's all you have, but you all have a point. So I would really use a point because remember the Kirlian photography photo of how this is lasering the energy? That's what you need. You're going in with a laser. This is the Drano to your hair clog. That's a real simple thing to do. And I think at the end of the day, this is a good thing to do just to clean your energy. I mean, seriously, it's that fast. Okay. All right. Any questions about how to work the wand? Okay. Now you can also, with a wand, if you have, I don't know, let's think of something. You got, a broken wrist. Okay. You got a broken wrist. You can do the same thing. Point out, you can unwind the energy and open it up. Point this in. And you can hold it and just let the energy just go right in. Or you can do the clockwise. Because and this would be a good thing for you all to do, like just be like a half an inch off of your palm and just slowly circle. Maybe you feel something in time. The more you do this, you will feel like if I feel cold. It is a cold blast coming right off of this crystal. But you can on parts of the body. I mean, if you've got a kidney that's causing you problems, work with a wand. Pull the energy out. You don't even need to know what the energy is. Just start working the wand. Now, how many rotations do you do? Trust yourself. Trust your intuition. More is always better. Do you need to be doing it for an hour? No. You could probably just do it for a couple of minutes. Pull the energy out and then put the crystal energy in. So think of the things that you want to work on. Do you always have migraines? Okay, work on your third eye or wherever you feel it. Do you got a lump or a cyst somewhere? Blast it. Blast it with this. Okay. So that's a neat way to work with points and work with them like a wand. All right. Do you have any questions about that?
Yes, I do. This is Rachel. Can we work? It's working on other people? So whatever issues they have, we can do the same thing with other people. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, so at the end of this class, while you won't be certified in anything, all my certifications come after the advanced class, you can absolutely work on other people. I encourage you to do that, to practice. If you have anyone living with you, just tell them, hey, Allie gave me homework. I need you to lay down. Okay. Tell me what aches. Tell me what feels off. And practice, not only on yourself, but on other people. And you're going to get more confident in working with them. Absolutely, you can do that. Yeah. All right. Okay, let's take a quick 5-minute break because now we're going to go into the 10 crystals that you got for this class. So let's take 5 minutes and then just make sure that you have all those crystals with you. All righty. Okay. Okie dokie. Let's start going through our crystals here. Our 10, to me, these are very foundational crystals. Like these are the go-tos that really help with a lot of different things. So black tourmaline. Okay, and hopefully you can figure based on the picture which one it is for you, but it's the black one. Sometimes grows or it grows in a rod, but if any part of it is polished or just depending on how they broke it off, you may not see all the striations. This is our root chakra crystal. This is a very, very protective crystal. It has aluminum as well as iron in it. So it is toxic. You can't put it directly in water. So black tourmaline is also known as schorl, schorl, schorl. Sometimes it'll be called that. But this, I really don't see fake versions. On all of these in your workbook, I've given you some identification information to help you hopefully identify if a variety is fake. I really don't see fake black tourmaline, but when black crystals are polished, I mean, all black crystals look the same when they're polished, so it makes it really hard to tell it apart. But black tourmaline is cold to the touch, so when you touch it, it's cold. Now, if you're gripping it in your hand, eventually your hand is going to add some warmth to it, but as soon as you set it back down, it'll get cold again. So this is primarily the crystal that we use for protection and especially EMF protection. I'm going to show you a couple of videos in a little bit. And it is protective because iron and aluminum are heavy metals, so they're very grounding. This is a very deeply grounding crystal. So if you're feeling anxious or any sort of heightened, panicky emotions, hold this. Put this crystal in your pocket, lay this crystal on your body. It'll quickly calm you down. But it is protective. Think coat of shining armor made of iron and aluminum. That's black tourmaline. So, if you want to go out into the world or, if you're very sensitive to group energies, you struggle going to the mall or to the grocery store, or, if you work in a toxic environment, this is very protective. Okay. If you work in an environment where you can have crystals, like if you have a workspace, I would black tourmaline the heck out of that space. So when I had my office in DC, oh my gosh, I had so much black tourmaline in that office. And I put black tourmaline in front of every worker's computer. And I'll never forget this Bronx prosecutor came to me and he's holding up this black tourmaline and he said, "Why do I have petrified dog poo in front of my computer?" And I'm like, "Don't touch it. Just leave it. I'm doing an experiment." And my experiment validated what I thought. People were very exhausted at the end of the day because of working on a computer, and the black tourmaline helped with that. They had energy, and they would actually come to me and say, "I don't know what that black thing is, but I actually have energy to go to the gym, to go running, to go out to dinner, to go do something," whereas before they didn't. So this is a crystal that absolutely is totally safe and recommended to be near technology. My Wi-Fi router is surrounded by black tourmaline. And I have small pieces that are like, an inch to an inch and a half, and I just surround it. I have Well, I have 6 different crystals in front of my computer. 2 of them I talk about in the advanced class, but I have 5 black tourmaline between me and my laptop right now. I have a big chunk behind it. My clock in my bedroom, I have black tourmaline in front of it. I have black tourmaline grounding the 4 corners of my home. I have a lot of black tourmaline. So this is a very, very protective crystal. I've given you a lot of information of other things that black tourmaline does. And, when I look at the descriptions in the crystal books, I tend to go by what I feel with the crystals. I don't necessarily regurgitate what all the books say. Some of it is basic foundational information that all the books say, like it's protective, it's grounding. But when I see things about the physical benefits, like it strengthens the immune system, how? Why? What does iron do for the body? Iron helps the immune system. Okay, now I understand. Now I understand. When you understand what the minerals do, you'll understand some of the physical healing benefits. This is also a crystal that is very beneficial for people with autoimmune disorders. Even the most holistically functional medicine doctors struggle with autoimmune. They struggle to get to the root cause. This is a very good crystal to work with because it is deeply grounding, and grounding minerals are important for people that have autoimmune. So this is a great crystal to work with. Now, for decades, I've heard people talk about how black tourmaline helps with EMF radiation. And it wasn't until a couple of years ago that I finally got an EMF detector. And you can buy them on Amazon. You can buy inexpensive ones for like $25. You can buy really super expensive ones. I think mine was like $40. And so I want to show you some videos. All right, here we go. So I have a smart electrical meter on the outside of my house that is basically at level with that baseboard. I have a black tourmaline there, but let's take it away. And this is an electromagnetic frequency meter. The top is electrical, the bottom is magnetic. Watch this. That's not good. All right, now let's put this back. And the black tourmaline is protecting. Pretty amazing. All right, let's do the next one. So that piece is shungite. I talk about it in the advanced class. And that is Newmite. I talk about that in the advanced class. So, oh, Rudy's playing with my pendulum. So the shungite is actually just carbon, crystallized carbon. But otherwise, crystals that are iron and aluminum based, like Newmite has iron and aluminum in it. Iron and aluminum helps to block. Okay, so here, I think I got another video. Oh, my coffee maker. Oh, this is an EMF pendulum called Harmony with an I. It helped with electrical. That's a different pendulum. But then I tested them on my microwave for the magnetic. This freaked me out. It's not even on, and the magnetic is going off the charts. The Harmony pendant did nothing. And that pendant didn't do anything. So this is where there's a lot of pendants for people and pets. There's a lot of marketing out there that things are blocking EMFs. I'm finding that they're blocking electrical, the E, but not the M, not the magnetic. So the only thing that I can recommend, the crystals do. The crystals do. I wish I got rid of my microwave right after that. I literally had my microwave 30 years. I think I got it when I was in college. I'm sure that was tremendously toxic. I got rid of it after doing this test because the magnetic coming off of it when it wasn't even running scared me. So, and I can't find the video, but I tested the black tourmaline and it decreased the magnetic. So just be cautious of the pendants that are being marketed. If they have iron or aluminum in them, then that's going to be beneficial. But like that Harmony pendant, I don't know if you all have heard of it. It's been marketed by a lot of movie stars, and they will not tell you how it works. I dug into their website and I emailed them. Worked on electrical, it just didn't work on magnetic at all. So, that's why I like having this meter because I test things. So anyway, black tourmaline, very, very, very important crystal to have. So, and it really helps with fear when you can work with it with your root chakra.
Allie, this is Rachel. Is it possible to have stickers with crystallized, tourmaline in the sticker and put that on our appliances?
Yes, there in your resource page, I recommend a company called Vibes Up. And and I haven't checked recently, but I had gotten a sticker from Vibes Up for my computer, and that helped. But now I just literally put crystals in front of me. But you can also, I don't know if you can see it. I actually have a this is a shungite patch on my phone, but you can get black tourmaline patches. They just sticker right onto your phone. You can do that. You can do that. Although, yeah, here's my EMF detector. Oh yeah, my phone, it's zero. Zero electrical, zero magnetic on my phone. So, yeah, and I don't think I have in my store any of the stickers. I don't know why. Why didn't I get those when I was in Tucson? I have no idea. I have no rational explanation. But if I get more, I'll certainly let you guys know. But I do like those because it's just the crystals that stickers right on.
Allie,
Yeah.
after you and I talked, I picked up a meter. I also picked up a dirty electric meter
Uh-huh.
for measuring like your house and stuff.
Yeah.
And I haven't started the dirty electric part, but just the EMF. And I was checking the phone, which of course it was sending, huge amounts. But then I put it down and it went off again and I couldn't figure it out. It was an extension cord. So I was kind of like, interesting. And
Wow.
it just had like a lamp in it. And then I also have a biomat. It
Yeah.
went off like crazy with the biomat. So
That's weird about the biomat because the biomat's full of black tourmaline. Huh.
it might be in the mat, but it may not be in the cord.
Oh yeah, for sure. It's not in the cord.
Yeah. So the whole cord thing, and then one of the extension cords I had wrapped because I didn't have enough room. So I had wrapped it around bed and just kind of, you know, plugged everything in there that I needed.
Mhm.
And I'm like, okay, great. I just spent, the entire area I'm sleeping in just off the extension cord is putting off all the EMF.
Wow.
So it's interesting. And the dirty electric is next for me to check.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I've never tested extension. I'm trying to think if I have any extension cords. Now I'm gonna have to go through my house and see if I do. Thank you for sharing that. Yeah. Yeah, and we have so much nervous system dysregulation, us and animals. I mean, I feel bad for my cats. They're prisoners in my house. I mean, at least dogs get to go outside. So, things that we can do to basically our circuit breaker is our nervous system. We've got to get it regulated, and black tourmaline is so important. So I always do my best to keep a stock in my private crystal store. And you all, because you've taken a class, if you struggle to find anything, or if you just send me your wish list and I'll send you pictures, I'll tell you what I have. And once a month I do a public sale. I'm doing one tonight on my Facebook page. But if you need anything, just reach out. I always aim to keep black tourmaline. I got little pieces for grids, and I try to keep some bigger pieces for computers and stuff like that and Wi-Fi units. All right. Let's go to the next one. All right, smoky quartz. This is another grounding crystal, great for our root chakra. And it's a combination of silica, which is quartz, and the brown in it is from natural gamma irradiation, not radiation, but irradiation. It also has lithium, it also has aluminum in it. So I wouldn't be soaking it in water and drinking it. You have to do an indirect method. Now, here's the thing. There's a lot of heat treated smoky quartz on the market. If you see it like really, 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 really dark, almost black, and where it almost looks like on the tips, it's been painted, like it's got a really white base, and then all of a sudden, like there's very little shading getting it to the black. It's all of a sudden just really dark. That's heat treated. The purists don't like the heat treated and they don't think it's a real crystal anymore. But scientifically, here's the explanation. The earth can either heat treat or it can be heat treated above ground in an oven. And what the heat treatment does is it enhances the minerals that are already in it. So the one on the right is a smoky quartz. They put it in an oven and the minerals that are in it just darkened. That's what it is. Now, it depends on the heating that is done. Some of it is dangerous, some of it is just regular heat. So it's up to you whether you want to stay away from the heat treated, but when it is natural in the earth, the coloring tends to be throughout the crystal. It's not a stark, like white and then all of a sudden color. Okay? Does that make sense? Do the photos help you understand the difference? When it's in the earth, it's through and through. Okay? So, there are fake versions, and here's the thing about quartz. Quartz is cold. Now, if it's a very, very small piece, like I sent you all small points, if you hold that in your hand, it's going to warm up just because your heat is stronger than a little tiny crystal. But when you get big pieces, I don't care how long I hold this 6-inch point, it's always cold. Quartz is always cold. That's a shear sign. Okay. And quartz is six-sided with the exception of rose quartz, which I'll talk about in a little bit. So smoky quartz is a six-sided quartz. Even when I went to Tucson, a lot of 5-sided quartz being sold, and it's totally lab created. Okay. If it's fake, it's probably glass, and glass shatters, whereas quartz will just cleanly break. If you shatter a quartz, like if I were to throw this on the floor, it would just cleanly break. It's not going to shatter into pieces. Okay. Now, this is a really good crystal to work with for pain relief. It is a crystal that is often for people going through radiation and chemotherapy. Now, here's the thing. When some smoky quartz is labeled irradiated quartz, okay? Here's the problem, and that's what you see on the right. Sometimes the irradiation is actually radiation. They're using radiation to bring out the color. So I veer away from the crystals that are labeled irradiated because it wasn't done in the earth. If it was done in the earth, it would look like on the left. Okay. I would veer away from that because somebody going through radiation does not need a crystal that has radiation on it. But that's how I see it labeled in the stores. If it is a true, real smoky quartz, that irradiation that is done in the ground is done safely. You know, things that are done naturally are safe. You know, when people start messing with it, we screw it up. So it's safe when it's natural to help with radiation and chemo. It's a great detoxing crystal. And it's very grounding, it's very anchoring. And, you know, when you are working on connecting with spiritual energies, like you're working on your intuition, you're working on your crown chakra, it's one thing to connect, but what you really want to do is draw that energy down so that you are living those energies. Smoky quartz does that. It anchors your spiritual connection, which is unique to you. Your connection is different than mine. When you anchor it into this existence, this dimension, this timeline that you're on, you navigate life differently. we need to ground our energies to the earth right now. While we raise our frequency, this crystal does that. It does both. Grounds and raises you at the same time. Okay. It's a extremely important crystal when you're stressed. It is the antidote to stress. All you have to do is hold it, and you will de-stress. Okay. Stress is a very low negative frequency. When you ground to the earth, think of walking the beach or walking the mountains or in the woods. You have nothing to be stressed about. And then it raises your energy. And when your energy is raised, you're not stressed. That's what this crystal does. So it's an antidote to stress. And it's really good at blocking geopathic stress, which is just, the earth produces beneficial frequencies, but also produces negative frequencies. This is a good crystal to just have. Now, I do not put this crystal near technology because it has quartz. And from yesterday, I mentioned that quartz does three things. We can store information in it, we can program it, and it amplifies. I don't put quartz near any technology. Not Wi-Fi, not my television, not my computer. So even though this has good grounding minerals in it, I still don't do it because it has quartz, and quartz amplifies. All right, and it's just a great crystal if you're feeling fear, if you have fear bubble up. It just grounds you and elevates how you think about things. All right, any questions about smoky quartz? Okay. And as I'm going through these, if you want to hold your crystal and just kind of get a feel for what it feels like, they're all going to feel different. And it's the more you hold crystals and work with them, the more you'll start to feel their frequency, their energy. You'll start really getting that connection. All right, let's talk about carnelian. All right, carnelian is silica quartz. And here, Rudy, I need you to get down. He's getting antsy. I think he wants a snack. Carnelian is quartz and iron. That's it, quartz and iron. Quartz is clear, the iron turns it orange. I'm going to be talking about 3 crystals that are just quartz and iron, and they're all different colors because it depends on how heated the crystal became to create the color. So with carnelian in the earth, the iron was heated anywhere from 500 to 550 degrees Celsius, not Fahrenheit, Celsius. What's the conversion on that? I always forget. I should write this down. Celsius to Fahrenheit. Here we go. Celsius. 550 degrees. That's over 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So in the earth, when the iron is heated to that degree, the iron turns orange. Okay, and that's how we get carnelian. Now, carnelian is almost always polished in the stores. That's what you're going to find because it allows you to see to the interior of the crystal. Carnelian is not transparent. You're not seeing through it, but you can see into it. It's translucent. When it's not polished, like what you see on the right, you really can't see in it. Polishing allows you to enjoy the inner beauty. That's why a lot of crystals are polished, because the raw version is not much to write home to mom about. But when you polish it, you see the beauty. The inner beauty starts to come out. The purists do not like polishing. And that's okay if that's how you are. And with the small crystals, that is perfectly fine. But if you want to see the inner beauty, polishing is what does it. Now, some people confuse carnelian with red jasper or orange jasper. Red and orange jasper is not translucent. It almost looks like it was painted. You cannot see inside of it. So that is a difference. Now, it's going to be cold to the touch because it has quartz in it. I really haven't seen fake carnelian, to be honest. I see a lot of fakes, but I haven't seen this. Now, physically, this is a stimulating stone, and it is very beneficial for your sacral chakra. So if you are having any sacral chakra imbalance, especially chronic imbalance, where you work on it and then it's imbalanced the next day, and you work on it and it just continues to be imbalanced, this is a great crystal to carry in your pocket because it sits right at the sacral chakra. This is a crystal that is stimulating. It is full of life force energy and vitality. Because it has iron in it, iron helps with metabolism. Iron helps with vitamin absorption. Iron helps to nourish the blood, to cleanse the blood, to detox organs. And now you know the physical benefits of carnelian, because that's what all the books say. Helps with metabolism, helps with vitamin absorption, helps to nourish and clean the blood, helps to detox the organs. It's because of the iron in it. That took me, even after I had gotten my certification, I was still digging. I'm like, who came up with all the physical benefits? Because those are pretty precise. Like those are definitive. Like who came up with those? And it wasn't until I really dug into the minerals and what they did that I'm like, now I get it. Those books may not understand that. Those authors and teachers may not understand that because a lot of people keep regurgitating the same information. But once you look at the minerals, it's like, now I know what it does. You can create carnelian water and drink it. If you're feeling lethargic, like in winter, we tend to get a little lethargic. Drink carnelian water to get yourself ready for the spring equinox, to get your energy back. It's very grounding because iron is grounding. Iron is protective. Silica, quartz, raises your vibration. So here's another crystal that grounds you and raises you up at the same time. It's a great crystal for overcoming negative patterns. So if you have bad habits, this is a great crystal to work with because it'll ground you so that you can look at, why am I doing this? Why am I doing this? Why am I not doing this? And then the quartz raises you up to give you an elevated perspective of, okay, here's the benefits of it. Like I got to get out of the frequency of my bad habit, pretend like I'm in an airplane and look down on it and say, oh, now I know why I need to meditate. Now I know why I need a daily crystal practice. Now I know why, dot, dot, dot. It's also really good for depression. The orange is a combination of red and brown. Red is very fiery and all about change, and brown is very earthy and full of courage. And that's what carnelian is. It's like, let's light a fire under you and give you some courage. Let's ground you and light a fire. So it's great for depression, and just overcoming bad patterns. But I like it for the life force energy, very nourishing to the kidneys and the bladder. So if you're having kidney and bladder issues or lower back pain is connected to kidney and bladder, and it's where fear stores. So a lot of people with lower back pain, it's fear. Drink carnelian water. Carnelian is really a good antidote to fear. All right, questions about carnelian? All right, let's go to citrine. Citrine is, it is the most adulterated crystal on the market. It's like, why? Poor citrine. It is overwhelmingly heat treated. Doesn't mean it's not a crystal, but it is overwhelmingly heat treated. So heat treated citrine, here are the two ways that you know it's heat treated. Number one, it's got a white base. Number 2, it's got canary yellow tips. Because that's not what real citrine looks like. Real citrine is like brownish yellow, sometimes a little orangish yellow. And it's expensive. Real natural citrine, heat treated in the earth, is more expensive than heat treated citrine. Heat treated citrine is actually amethyst, and they heated the iron so that the purple turned yellow. You heat the iron to 400 to 450 degrees Celsius, and that iron turns yellow. Okay? Now here's the thing. The purists don't like heat treated. They're like, it's not a crystal, it's not citrine, we don't know what it is. It is citrine because citrine by definition means yellow. Okay? So citrine is yellow quartz. That's what it is. And all that changed was the iron. The iron changed color. So when the iron turned yellow, the name changes. Okay, so it's still iron and silica. That's what citrine is. Okay, now if you want natural, you're going to pay about, I don't know, anywhere from 5 to 10 times more for natural citrine. It's often mistaken for smoky quartz, and here's how you tell that you're not being taken advantage of, because I've seen some sellers try to pass off smoky quartz as natural citrine and charge a pretty penny for it. And it's like, no, that's smoky. Here's how you tell. You find a smoky in the store, okay? You hold the natural citrine up to it, and you're going to see a yellow hue to it. You're going to see a yellow hue. If it's just brown, it's smoky. But if you see a little bit of yellow in it, that is natural citrine. Okay? So again, citrine is cold to the touch because it's got quartz. And we got yet another quartz and iron-based crystal. So it grounds you because of the iron, and the silica raises your frequency. This is, again, what are all the things that iron do for the body? Helps you with metabolism, helps you absorb minerals, cleanses the blood, cleanses organs. Iron is also good for chronic fatigue. People who are fatigued often take iron supplements. Citrine is good for chronic fatigue. Citrine is really good for all the excretory and digestive organs because of the cleansing that it does. It's yellow, so it's focusing on the solar plexus, which is the yellow frequency. So it's giving you energy, it's giving you empowerment, it's helping with self-esteem, and courage and confidence. The yellow energy is the energy of the sun. Okay, so it's energy, it's a blast of happiness. I mean, I don't know about you, but here in Michigan, we are gray all through winter. When the sun comes out, I literally have to pull out my solar eclipse glasses because it's like I'm blinded. Like I haven't seen sun in months. This is your sun energy. It's joyful. As soon as the sun starts coming out here in Michigan, you can forget about any of us doing any work. Like we're at the beach, we're having fun, we're losing our minds. We're so full of joy because of the sun. That's what citrine is. Citrine is full of sunny, joyful, happy, vitality energy. So if you're lethargic, if you're depressed, if you're stuck, if you have apathy, this gets you going. Oh my gosh, it does so many beneficial things. Now, here's one thing where I'm a little controversial in the crystal world because of what I'm about to say. Every crystal book and every crystal teacher says that citrine is the manifesting crystal. If you want to manifest abundance, you use citrine. No. No. It is an initial step to manifesting abundance. And abundance is not just money. It could be abundant health, abundant relationships, and abundant mindset. It is a step in the process. And why I mean it's a step, you don't need it, but I think it can be a beneficial step in order to manifest positivity, abundance. You have to have good self-esteem. You have to have confidence. You have to be empowered. People who have a lack mindset, who ask everybody for their opinion on things, they're not empowered. You're not going to be able to manifest what you want. Citrine helps with those underlying root issues. It's the green crystals that are the manifesting. And I started talking about this back in 2011 because that's when we had a really big shift in 2011. And the manifesting energy moved from the solar plexus up to the heart chakra. The companies that continue to thrive are heart-based. They're giving companies. They have philanthropy. They take care of their people. They have phenomenal customer service. The greedy companies who don't care about you, they're operating from the solar plexus. They're out of greed and they're failing. They're collapsing right now. And so that's why I say the manifesting energy moved from the solar plexus up to the heart. And that's why green crystals in particular are very beneficial. Now you can still utilize citrine to get that foundation in place. And one thing that I like to do is we all have an abundance corner in our home, and you can figure out the feng shui that's unique for you. But typically for everybody, when you stand in your front door and you're looking into your home, the furthest back corner in the left is your abundance corner. Like of the total house, not of the room, but the furthest left corner. That's where you want to put citrine and a green crystal. And I like green aventurine. I talk about that crystal in my animal class. I really should add it to this class. I say that every year and then I never do it. But when you put a green crystal like green aventurine, that is the abundance crystal. That's the abundance crystal. You pair it with citrine and put it in your abundance corner. That's very powerful to do. Okay. All right. All right. Any questions about citrine? Okay.
So, oh, sorry. It says here it's good for like balances thyroid. Does that have to be on the thyroid, or so I would have to carry it up here, like on a necklace or what?
Well, no, just lay down. Just lay down and place it on your throat, even for just 5 minutes a day.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Right. Right.
Yeah. It's good for energizing. So, like if you're hypothyroid and you need to energize it, this is good. You need to fire it up.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
I would use this. You can even drink citrine water.
And that would help too? Okay. Thanks.
Yep. Okay, let's keep moving along. Let's talk about rose quartz. So rose quartz doesn't grow like other quartz, which is a six-sided hexagon. So rose quartz grows just as a rock. It's like a conglomeration of slushy minerals. I mean, it's a sedimentary rock. If you look in it, you can see sediment. It just grows in a rock formation. It doesn't grow in points with a rare exception, which I'll talk about in a minute. So rose quartz is a blend of silica and manganese, which gives it its pink color. It also has titanium and iron. This is a strong crystal because of the titanium and iron, and because of the pink energy focused on the heart. This strengthens your heart. This makes your heart strong. Okay. Now, I remember in one of my first crystal classes and the teacher who had no crystal training at all, no crystal training. He said rose quartz is the heart healing crystal. And I just blurted out and said, says who? And he just looked at me and I said, why aren't we working it on our crown chakra or what? Like, why is it heart? Tell me why it's heart. And he sat there and he thought about it and he said, thousands of years of ancient teachings. Okay, well, I can't dispute that, but I am highly dissatisfied with that answer. That okay, but no, not good enough for what I wanted. But when I looked at manganese, manganese is a very beneficial mineral for the body. It's good for healthy bones, healthy thyroid, and a healthy heart. And it's like, now I'm getting somewhere. Now I'm getting somewhere. And pink is the frequency of the heart. And titanium and iron are very, very strong. So it's like, okay, now I have a more logical answer for why this is a heart chakra crystal. And it is formed in very high heat and high pressure. And so it is strong. Think of a diamond. It has to go under high pressure and high heat for the clarity. This doesn't necessarily get the clarity, but it is durable. And that's why it strengthens heart energy. Now it's going to be cold to the touch, unless, really smaller pieces can feel warm in your hands, but normally it's going to be cold to the touch. And it does everything for your heart and the circulatory system. It has iron in it, and iron moves and circulates blood and energy. Iron warms the heart. So this is really good for a broken heart that is just cold and shut off. This warms the heart, literally warms it, and is going to help everything with like your thymus, your chest, your lungs. It's a crystal I like to use with people who have dementia because dementia creates a lot of fear. I use this with my mom who passed away from Alzheimer's, and I put a big chunk of rose quartz underneath her bed at the assisted living facility. And I'll never forget when they called me and said, Allie, there's a big pink rock under your mom's bed. And I'm like, just leave it. Just vacuum around it. Like, just leave it. And it really helped with the dementia-driven fear when the brain is misfiring. It feels really good on burns because it's very cold to the touch. But it is overwhelmingly used for very, very deep emotional healing and getting to the root of emotional triggers. I have been talking about this a lot in recent years, that when we are triggered, we are not to point the finger at the person or the situation that triggered us. We're to look at it and say, ooh, okay, what I'm feeling is something that's ready to release. I need to look at it. I need to look inward and figure out, where did that come from? Can I trace it back to the root? And just knowing where it started, right there is the healing. Just knowing where it started. But when we constantly point fingers out, you triggered me, you said this, you made me feel this way, you've lost the lesson. The rose quartz helps us to go within. It's like, walking into the lion's den of emotions, but we're wrapped in a blanket. Like, I'm comforted, I'm fine, I'm safe, I'm gonna look at this. And now that I know that, oh, I'm feeling that anger and I can trace it back to childhood when I didn't have the coping skills. Ah, okay. All of a sudden it releases. So this is a really good crystal for that. It's very calming. It's a great crystal during trauma and crisis. If you're just feeling fearful and if fear has gotten up to the heart chakra, just hold it there. Lay it right on your heart. And it's a great crystal for doing affirmation work. So if you like to recite affirmations, hold a rose quartz because it embeds it in your heart chakra, the words that you're saying. All right. Let me show you what is not rose quartz. In this, I'm going to be honest with you, I cannot go into crystal stores. I want to claw my eyes out with what I see. It's like I know a very few crystal store owners who are actually trained in crystals, and I just walk in and it's like, oh, you are hurting my eyes. Pink quartz is a real crystal and it grows in points, whereas rose quartz, except for two rare pieces, one is at the Smithsonian Natural History Museum that actually grew in a point. Rose quartz typically doesn't grow in points. Pink quartz does. It's different. It doesn't have the same minerals as rose quartz. It looks like rose quartz except for how it grows. Here's the problem. It has aluminum in it. You don't want to be soaking that in water. You can drink rose quartz water all day long. You're going to feel awesome. You don't drink pink quartz. It has aluminum. Now, pink quartz is very rare. It only grows in one location in Brazil, and it's expensive. I am now seeing some unscrupulous sellers take rose quartz, which is super affordable, and they are labeling it pink quartz and charging anywhere from 20 to 50 times the price. So, a chunk, like a two-piece chunk of rose quartz, I don't know, less than $10. But then they label it pink quartz and charge 200. And it's like, no, 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 no. So I veer away from pink quartz because number one, it is very rare. Very, like I was all over Tucson, I didn't see any pink quartz. It is very rare. If you see pink quartz in a store, no, I can tell you right now, it's not pink quartz, it's rose quartz. The other one that I am seeing, and this is just flat out lab created. Strawberry quartz is real, but what I'm seeing in the stores is lab created. Strawberry quartz is a blend of rose quartz and hematite. So I talk about hematite in the advanced class, and hematite, when it's polished, it actually has a silver sheen to it, but it's really kind of a red glitter when it infuses into quartz. It's a beautiful like red glittery color. So it'll look like what you see on the screen, and it is rare and it is very expensive. Like a little tumbled piece is probably going to cost you about $100. When I see strawberry quartz bracelets being sold for $10, I don't think so. Nobody in their right mind would chop up, polish, and poke a hole through a strawberry quartz and string it into a bracelet and charge $10. That it's glass. It's not real. Okay, strawberry quartz is very rare, and what I see in the stores is lab made. This is where take your pendulum, because remember, your brain literally knows and has the connection and knows all the answers. You can take a pendulum or you can do a body test and ask, is this real strawberry quartz? You're going to get an immediate answer. Okay. Just remember, these two are very expensive. Very expensive. Okay. Any questions about pink, or not pink quartz, rose quartz? All right. All right. We're gonna get through all of these and then we'll take a break. All right, labradorite. This baby is literally my desk mate. She just sits here at my desk and she makes me super happy. Oh, how I love labradorite. So labradorite in your supply, you may easily confuse it with the smoky quartz. If you hold it up and get some light on it, you're going to see flashes of green. You may see some striations in it. Okay, the smoky quartz, when you hold it up, it's just brown. This one, it's got a little green in it, like a really dark, like grayish green, but it also has striations in it. Now, some, depending on where they cut it from the chunk and polish it, it may not have all the striations. When I was selecting yours out, I tried to pick the ones that if you hold it up, you'll be able to see a flash. That's what labradorite is known for, the color flashes. Um, the green and the golden are very common, very common. What I have been finding and stocking in my store are pink flash, orange flash, purple flash. Those are pretty rare, and I love them so much. And each color has its own meaning. But this is a very mystical stone, very mystical. Like you want to elevate your thinking, your energy, your consciousness, and just get into that divine connection. Oh, this takes you to another planet. But it keeps you grounded because it does have aluminum in it. So it does ground you and it raises your energy at the same time. It's cold to touch. It's got a lot of different minerals in it. It does have silica. Silica's cold. It's got sodium, it's got calcium, it's got aluminum. And if you get bigger pieces, like what you see on the left, you see those striations that are in it, those lines that reflect light? Those are internal fractures. Okay, so the color is, yeah, there's minerals in it, but it's got to hit light outside, and then you'll start seeing the colors. This is a great crystal because of the internal fractures being filled with light. That's what it does for us. Okay, we're constantly getting fractured as we go through life. This crystal fills those fractures with light. That's what it does. That's why it's very mystical. It just feels fantastic. It is an antidote to stress, to an overactive mind. Meditation is so important. And, I struggled for years with meditation, but now I can do it because of the crystals. And it's not about blanking out your mind. It's just calming your mind and laser focusing on something. One technique that I like to teach is just stare into a crystal. Labradorite is a great crystal to stare into. So is clear quartz. Just stare into it, like a crystal ball. You'll be in meditation instantly because you're not thinking about anything else. You're literally just staring at the crystal. So labradorite helps you with meditation. You can put it on your third eye and calm your overactive mind. So it's great if you're overly stimulated. But I love that it grounds you to calm your mind so that you can elevate your frequency into higher consciousness. I mean, this energy shift that we're in. I don't know how much you know about it, but I mean, I've been working this energy shift since 2011 when I started my business and tracking it. And it is everything is shifting in a big way. I mean, it's a lot of collapse, but there are good things that are going to happen. There's also a lot of dark interference happening, and this is where crystals can keep us, on the right track, keep us in the good space, and help us elevate how we're viewing everything. Rather than being caught in the chaos, it's like get in your airplane, raise yourself up, and you'll look at things. And it's like the mantra I've been sharing with people is to observe, not absorb. Don't be in the chaos. Observe it. Like be aware, but just don't be in it. And labradorite is so good with that. Oh my gosh, it's such a great crystal to work with. So this is definitely an energy shift crystal, and I personally cannot get enough of labradorite. I call it the all is well stone because when you're grounded and calm and you elevate how you're viewing things, all is well. All literally in this moment for all of us, all is well. Okay, there could be literally bombs dropping outside our window, but right now all is well. That's what labradorite does. So, if you feel anxiety or depression or any heightened emotion, work with labradorite. It will center you so fast, and that's the mantra. All is well. All is well. All is well. You're not being ignorant, but literally all is well. And with our frequency, that goes out into the world, and that's how we shift things. All right. Any questions about labradorite?
Yes, Allie, this is Rachel. I do. The piece that I have from you doesn't have any green in it whatsoever, but it's got an incredible blue.
Yeah.
And I do have a piece of, I don't know if you can see it in the screen,
Yeah.
how green this one is. And so this is
Called blue flash.
oh, the blue flash. Okay. And not having any green, it's still labradorite.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, labradorite flashes, green and golden are the most common. Then blue or aqua, and it can be deep blue or it can be aqua color. The rare colors are purple, pink, and orange.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So would this be one because it's grounding that still can be used by electronics, or would you not use it by electronics?
I do. I don't have it right in front of my computer. I have it on a stand here, right next to me. And it's more for working on me, than it is for the computer, but it's heavy aluminum, and the silica that's in it is outdone by the aluminum that's in it. So I don't have a problem with it being in my office at all. So I just wouldn't, it's not my first choice to line in front of a computer. But here we go. EMF detector. Let's see. Test. All right, my computer electrical, because I took my crystals away, is at 233. Yeah, I mean it took it down. It took it down kind of like the black tourmaline, so you could put it in front of your computer, even though it has some silica in it. So yeah, there you go. I just changed my mind. All right, let's go on to blue lace agate. Oh, I love blue lace agate. Different than blue agate. Okay, there are hundreds of agates. Hundreds. Agates are plentiful. Blue lace agate, not as common. It is easy to find, but because it's not as common, the pieces tend to be small. You're not going to find a big chunk of blue lace agate. Because the miner is going to say, I'm going to take that big chunk and I'm going to make 200 pieces out of it, so that 200 people benefit rather than one person. So the pieces tend to be small. Like I've got a piece here that, is like 2 inches wide and 2 inches long. That's rare to find that big. And it's rare to find raw pieces. So if you find them, get them. This is a banded agate. Okay, so you see the bands in it, right? You see the little squiggly bands? The bands are layers of quartz and chalcedony. Chalcedony is a blue crystal. It's gorgeous on its own. This is a blend of that. And blue lace agate is overwhelmingly polished and tumbled so that you can see the beauty, because the raw versions, yeah, you can still see the layering, but the polished version brings it out. And that's why they polish blue lace agate. It is cold to touch because it has quartz in it. And this is your calming, soothing, anti-inflammatory. It is anti-inflammatory physically for your body and emotionally. It is anti-inflammatory. If you find that you are bubbling up with anger, agitation, rage. There is a huge amount of divine feminine rage happening right now. I'm not saying cool that. I think that's an awesome thing that's happening right now in the energy shift. But if you are just feeling agitated, blue lace agate is going to calm you down. It's anti-inflammatory emotionally and physically. If you have an overactive thyroid that you need to calm down, that's going to be fantastic. If your lymph nodes are clogged, it's very cooling, and it literally flushes and stimulates chi energy in the body. This is a flushing crystal to work with. Okay. I have a history of sinus issues, and I'm a big fan of surgical tape and taping crystals onto my body. If you can do it under clothing, nobody knows. But when I'm having sinus issues, I will tape blue lace agate to my sinuses to flush them. And it's great. It works. I accidentally forgot one time and got on a Zoom call, and I had crystals taped to my sinuses, and everybody's looking at me like, what is she doing? And I'm like, I have sinus issues. If you want to tape crystals to your body, I'll teach you. So, really, really a great crystal for calming and soothing. And most people are full of inflammation. Imagine just laying blue lace agate all over your body. Here's the thing, you can take any of these crystals and put them on every single chakra. Imagine calming your root chakra so that you feel secure and safe. Calming your sacral chakra so that maybe digestively you don't feel so icky. Calming your solar plexus to get you grounded and empowered. Calming your heart, calming your speech, calming your mind. Oh my gosh, what a tremendous layout that would be. One thing that I like to do is I wish Young Living would bring back that sandalwood moisturizer. Sherry, I don't know. I keep writing and everybody's ignoring me. But in my jar of Young Living face moisturizer, I stick a blue lace agate in it so that it's just anti-inflammatory. It's cooling, it's soothing. You can add it to your moisturizer. Okay. So there's just lots of fun things that you can do with this. And if you have eye strain or puffiness under your eyes, you can lay these on your eyes. What I like to do is put them in the refrigerator for just like 30 minutes, and then they're really cold. And then I'll just lay on the couch. Like, forget about cucumber slices. No. Blue lace agate on the eyes for eye strain and puffiness works really great. I love it. But this is a crystal that lets you be heard. Okay, it calms your throat chakra so that you can be heard. Any questions about blue lace agate? Anything? All right. We are nearing the end. Let's go to sodalite. All right, sodalite is a great intuition crystal for putting on your third eye. It's got a lot of aluminum in it, so you can't put it directly in water. Now, a lot of people confuse sodalite with lapis lazuli, and the big difference, now sometimes you can utilize the color because sodalite tends to be a more royal blue. It can have lighter blue in it, but it's more of a royal color, whereas lapis is not turquoise, but it's just a little on that turquoise kind of side, like a very dark version. But here's how you tell the difference. Lapis lazuli has pyrite in it. Pyrite sparkles. Pyrite sparkles. That's how you tell the difference. And sodalite has calcium and potassium in it, which comes through as white. So sodalite has white streaks. Now, depending on where you break off, especially tumbled pieces, on this example on the left, kind of at the very bottom, you don't see a lot of white. So just because a piece doesn't have white is not a good indicator. But the white and the deep blue is a good indicator of sodalite. And I see crystal stores mix these up all the time. All the time. They have mislabeled them. But lapis lazuli has sparkle in it because of the pyrite. And why this is a big deal to me, I talk about this more in the advanced class. Lapis lazuli primarily comes from Afghanistan, and crystals that are being mined in Afghanistan, the miners have to give money to the government for doing this, and it funds the Taliban. There is a whole thing in the crystal industry about some crystals actually fund terrorism, which is contrary to what the crystals do. So I'm really picky, and I will not buy crystals out of Afghanistan knowing that the money goes to the Taliban. So that's why I don't want lapis lazuli. I want sodalite. They do very similar things. So that's why I like to help people understand that. Now, sodalite is really powerful for people who work in front of a computer all day and work in an office all day. It helps with sick building syndrome. People who are in a cubicle or in an office and they don't have a window and you can't open the window and they're surrounded by technology and they leave at the end of the day and they feel like crap. And they just get sicker and sicker and sicker the more that they work in this environment. Because it has calcium, potassium, sodium, aluminum, chlorine. Look up what all those minerals do for the body. It helps with sick building syndrome. This is a crystal you can put between you and your computer. It's a great crystal to have in your office. It helps with metabolism. It helps flush your lymphatic system. It boosts your immune system. Because these minerals help with what's called dampness in the body. Dampness in Chinese medicine is basically phlegm. And it clogs up the lymphatic system. That's why this is a good lymphatic crystal. So you could buy, ooh, here's something. I don't even have one of these. A sodalite massage wand and hit the lymphatic ports. Literally dig in with a sodalite massage wand. Ooh, okay, I need to get myself a sodalite massage wand. That's something to do. It's a great crystal for lowering blood pressure. Blue is calming and cooling. This has protection to it because it's full of aluminum, very high levels of aluminum in this crystal. But it is really very beneficial for your intuition because it gets your logical left brain and your intuitive brain working together and balanced. You don't want to be too far in one hemisphere. You want balance. This cross balances so that you're both logical and intuitive at the same time. People who are too high vibrational, they're space cadets. Like they're out of this world. It's like they're off doing who knows what, and they do not have feet touching the ground. People who are too grounded don't have intuition. We need a nice blend of both, and this crystal does it. It's also a good pendulum for truth. This is a truth discerning crystal. Spend time with this crystal on your forehead, and you can hold it to your forehead, put your pendulum in the other hand, and you can start asking questions and really start working with sodalite to bring truth to you. It's a great crystal for harmony, especially in groups. And yeah, I love this crystal, especially for people who are working in an unhealthy work environment. It's a great crystal to have in an office. Even if you have a home office, it's a great crystal to have. All right, questions about sodalite? Okay. All right, 2 more crystals and then we'll take a break. Amethyst. Oh, amethyst. Amethyst comes in all sorts of different variations and shades. So, like I'm holding up here, both of these are amethyst. This one that's very light, very pale lilac color is called Veracruz amethyst out of Mexico. You can see through it. And this one on the right is so dark, it almost looks black. And this is called a Trapiche amethyst out of Brazil. The location matters. And the different coloring of purple is solely based on the iron content. There are parts of this world that have more iron than others. So, when you see amethyst that is very purple on the tips and white on the base, that has gone through some heat treatment. Okay. It doesn't mean it's not amethyst, because when iron is heated to 300 to 350 degrees Celsius, it turns purple. When the iron heats to 400 to 450 degrees Celsius, it turns yellow. It can also turn green. And then when it's heated to 500 to 550, it turns orange and becomes carnelian. So depending on the heat will depend on the color of the iron. And when the iron is purple, it's called amethyst, because amethyst means purple. It means purple quartz. Citrine means yellow quartz. Okay, you see how this works? So even if it's heat treated to bring out more of the purple color, it's still a real crystal. Now, when crystals are heated to like 2000 degrees Celsius, it literally shatters the crystal lattice that makes it a crystal. That's what the bonding of the titanium on the aura quartz crystals are, that look all shiny and iridescent. They were a crystal, but the crystalline structure is shattered. But this kind of heat treatment scientifically is fine. I am seeing some fake amethyst on the market. Amethyst is a 6-sided hexagon crystal, and I'm seeing 5-sided. I actually photographed some at Tucson this year, and it's like, really? Like, there's enough amethyst in this world. You don't need to be lab creating it. But pay attention to like the different colors of purple, because it's fascinating. It's really fascinating, and it just tells you the depth of the iron in it. Now, amethyst is called a protective crystal and a master physical healer. And I was like, okay, why are they called that? Well, number one, it's protective because of the iron in it. It's also grounding because of the iron. It has silica, which raises your vibration. So this is a dual benefit crystal of grounding and ascending your energies. It's called a master physical healer because of the iron. All the things that iron does. Helps you with metabolism, boosts your immune system, cleanses your blood, cleanses your organs, boosts your hormones, boosts your endocrine system. That's why it's a master physical healer, because of it's like ingesting an iron pill. It's great for headaches. If you experience headaches, put your amethyst on your third eye. If you get a headache like at the base of your skull, put it there and lay down, like literally lay on top of it. It clears heat and inflammation out of the body because purple is cooling. And that's what amethyst does. The silica clears. Silica just moves energy. And so this helps to clear heat and inflammation out of the body. So if you have inflammation on your body, place your amethyst there. It doesn't always have to go on the third eye. Place it where you have inflammation. Now, this is a crystal that is protective because it has iron in it. And so you can place it around your house. Now, because it does have high levels of silica, I don't put it in front of my computer. Now, the varieties that are very, very heavy in the iron, I have no problem being here in my office. But the ones that are very light purple, I put elsewhere. This is a very spiritual crystal. So when you put it on your third eye, or just gaze into it, just look into it, it elevates your frequency, it elevates your awareness and your consciousness, and it calms your mind. A calm mind can make decisions. A calm mind can focus. A calm mind does not put you to sleep. So during times of stress, trauma, panic, you can't make good decisions at all. You can't. That's when you hold an amethyst. You know, these foundational crystals are really good to put in a pouch and carry in your purse because you never know when you're going to need them. Just carry them with you all the time. Because if you encounter a situation and you need to calm the heck down, I'd put a black tourmaline in one hand and an amethyst in the other and just let it calm you down. It's a great crystal in your bedroom for sleeping. Okay, very, very good for sleeping. You can put it under your bed. You can put it on your nightstand. When it comes to putting crystals under your pillow, I would always make sure that they're in like an organza bag because they will fly around. You'll lose them. So you want to keep them a little contained. But it's a great meditation crystal. Okay, it's a great crystal to just have out in your environment. It's a feel-good crystal. Okay. So I love all the varieties of amethyst. I'm actually going to create an amethyst specific class to talk about all the different varieties of amethyst because I love amethyst. It's very powerful. Okay.
Allie, I've got a question. I found it really interesting that on one of the stones you put it into your face cream. The question is on this. I have a dear friend who is allergic to nightshade, any nightshade vegetables, and she breaks out into huge, and she's older than I am, huge red blotches all over her face. If I suggest that she put the amethyst in her face cream, would that be of help to her?
I would do the blue lace agate first.
Okay.
Rather than the amethyst. I would just try the blue lace agate first, and then if that doesn't work, she could add the amethyst because amethyst and blue lace agate work very well together.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great. Thank you.
Yep. Okay. Any questions before we go to the last crystal? Okay. All right, clear quartz, the mothership of them all. There are so many varieties of clear quartz based on where they grow. It's amazing. I am a quartz collector. Clear quartz is the master healer. And it is a master healer because it regulates chi in the body, which is energy. Okay? Its only job is to move energy. That's it. And that's why it's called the master healer, because when you have energy moving, you don't have energy blocks. You don't have the hair clogs. Everything is moving. Chakras are balanced and moving. Everything is going. Okay. It took me a long time to figure that out because everybody calls it the master healer, but they can't explain why. So this is the most powerful healer. So whether you are getting, clear quartz from Arkansas, I mean, there's huge mines in Arkansas, or you're getting clear quartz from Brazil or the Himalayan mountains or Madagascar, or now they're finding them in the Swiss Alps in the glaciers. Oh, alpine quartz is amazing. It is a very, very powerful crystal to work with, and I have it scattered all over my house. I just do not have it in here in my office, okay? Because I don't need it to amplify my Wi-Fi and my computer and all of that. It is also the most lab created crystal. There's a lot of glass on the market. How you know it's not glass is when you pick up quartz, it's cold to the touch. The bigger the piece, the colder it is. They have some pieces that they bring to Tucson that are several thousand pounds that when you touch your hand to it, you almost feel like your hand is going to freeze to the crystal. They are ice cold the bigger they get. You cannot scratch a clear quartz. You can't scratch it. Glass you can scratch. If it breaks, it breaks cleanly. It doesn't shatter. Glass shatters. If there is an air bubble in it, that's glass. Now, clear quartz can have water bubbles, but they don't have air bubbles. If you don't see any inclusions like swirls and, interior, design, basically, it's probably glass if it's super, super, super clear. Now, again, it depends on where they cut it from the matrix. I've got a piece here that at the very, very top, it's super clear. If that were to just be cut off, it might look like glass, but it's cold. And that's the real feature. Clear quartz is cold. If it looks too perfect, it's probably glass. And I do see a lot of five-sided quartz where all the points, like a cluster, all the points are at angles that are too perfect and every piece looks exactly the same. First of all, quartz is six-sided, not five-sided, and clusters do not grow with points in perfect direction, and no two crystals grow the same. So I see a lot of that, and they're charging a fortune. They were charging a fortune for those crystals, and it's like, that's made in a laboratory. As part of my advanced training, I grew a crystal in my kitchen, and it was scary that I was able to grow it. It's like, oh my gosh, now I know why this is happening. So just those are some tips with the clear quartz. Now, this crystal benefits everything physical, everything emotional, at your mental layer, at your spiritual layer, because its only job is to move energy. So when you are moving energy, you are connected. You are connected with the earth. You are connected with all the higher realms. You are clearing the crud out of your energy field so that you can identify and release old emotions, old beliefs, old traumas, deeply resolve even karmic issues. You can get clarity because clear quartz is clear. You get that clarity that you need. When you gaze into a clear quartz, you are immediately in meditation. Immediately. There's no way around it. It's amazing. It's amazing to do it. So in the advanced class, I go through the 12 master quartz crystals, and they're all clear quartz. And it's identifying formations because quartz has the most amazing formations that they grow in. And all those formations have meaning. So I go through that deeply in the advanced class. And this is also a crystal that when we go to do wand work or activating crystal grids, which we'll talk about next, I use a clear quartz wand because it's just silica. There's no impurities. And if I am activating a crystal grid, why not amplify it by using a clear quartz? Okay. So it's like the be all and end all. And remember, clear quartz, you can store information in it. So you may be working with a clear quartz and all of a sudden you just start getting these ideas. You could be getting stored information. We can program a clear quartz, and clear quartz amplifies other crystals. So you can put clear quartz with other crystals and amplify their energy. All right. we are ready for a 5-minute break. Do you have any questions about any of these crystals? Okay. All right, when we come back, we are going to build. I'm going to talk about crystal grids. I'm going to show you how to activate them, and then we're going to collectively build a grid. And then after that, I'm going to put you in 2 body layouts, and then we'll be done. Okay, so I think we'll end by 1:30. I think we'll end on time. Okay, let's take a 5-minute break.
Allie, I've got a question while we're waiting for the others to return. Which crystal was the good one that I would use for setting an intention for the gophers to leave the property?
You could do black tourmaline.
Ah, okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, Melanie did have a question about
Yes.
stones.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for her to come back on screen so I can answer it.
Yeah. Yeah, I muted myself instead of unmuting the one to.
Is there any crystals that would work to like calm bees down?
Bees?
Yeah. Like if they're like super excited.
Is there a reason you don't want them excited?
Well, then when they're attacking me, yeah. I mean, I have beehives.
Okay. I mean, you could try. Uh, Something is disrupting them if they're doing that. You could put black tourmaline nearby to help them feel protected.
Okay.
Yeah, like I don't, and I teach, this is why I teach a whole separate animal class. I don't like to do things to alter animals' natural behaviors. But
Uh-huh.
my first thought is they feel threatened, so they need protection. So black tourmaline.
Okay.
Yeah, you could.
Great, thanks.
Yeah, you give that a try. All right, Melanie, I see your question about the birthstones and that I honestly don't have a good answer for because like I'm August and peridot is the crystal, and I have no rational explanation for why peridot was picked because that is not at all what I would pick for August. I would pick citrine.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, I do a lot with the zodiacs and astrology and some of the stuff that is out there. I mean, I'm starting to feel like I need to write another book. Some of the stuff that is out there, it's like it just doesn't make sense, but I'm certainly not going to disrupt, the birthstones. I don't know who set those. I mean, some of them, like I think September is sapphire.
Allie, it seems to me that there's another stone besides peridot for August, and I can't recall what it is.
Yeah. But it's like I look at the energies and it's like that's not the energy at all. Like I don't know who came up sapphire for September. That's polar opposite. Like what are you doing? Like I don't know. So I don't have a good answer. I honestly do not know who came up with those. I'm thinking a Google search would probably tell us who originally came up with those. Yeah, that's a really good question. I wish I had an answer, but I don't. Okay. All right. Let's see. How are we doing on time? Okay. Ooh, 12:01. All right. Okay. I'm going to show you 3 videos, but I want to go back and I want to talk about the grids and the sacred geometry. And I want to talk about that there is a process. This is my process for how I create grids. And I have a lot of success with the grids that I build. But When I build a grid, sometimes I have to go in and tweak it and change it. I am always changing my grids because if I build a grid and I don't feel that it's working, I change something. Maybe I go back to the drawing board. But there are a lot of different things to think of, and I want you to think about it like going into the kitchen and you're going to bake something. You have a recipe. So this is the recipe. And let's see, what page are we on? We are on page 35. So first you need a space where you can put a grid. If you have kids or if you have pets, you need to make sure that they don't disturb it, because if a crystal moves out of place, you have to reactivate the grid. So, I like grids in bookshelves, behind closed doors. I do have a grid in my bay window, and shockingly, my cats, yeah, Dobby, I'm talking about you, they tiptoe through it and they don't ever disturb the crystals. Like they have a healthy respect for the grids. But then I have a grid in my healing room and Dobby will lay in it. He gravitates to it. So you need to make sure it's in a space that it's not going to be disturbed, but a space where you're going to see it, because we don't build a grid and then ignore it. You need to look at it every day. Maybe it's on your crystal altar. You spend a couple minutes with it every day. You don't ignore it. You have to pay attention to it. Then you need to figure out your intention. Why are you building a grid? What do you want the grid to do? Okay, so I want you all to start thinking of an intention of what you want a grid to do, because after I show you these videos, I'm going to go into my crystal room. We're going to pick one of the intentions. We're going to build a grid so that you see how it works. So you pick an intention of what you want the grid to do, and then you pick the sacred geometry formation that will help that intention to manifest. Okay, so this is where you gotta really think, what is it that I want? What pattern matches that? And then what crystals match it? I recommend, like, I try to help people not go to crystal books, but to just trust your intuition, or use a pendulum. Because, if you're building a grid to deal with, emotional balance, okay, we're going to focus on heart chakra crystals. Okay, pinks and greens. Okay. So you can look at your pink and green crystals and pendulum test. So it's allowing yourself to trust yourself, but you can certainly go to a book. You can put photos in the grid. I like to write out my intention and just kind of slip it underneath on the corner. And when we're creating a grid, we are working with the morphogenic field. We're working with the quantum field. We're sending that energy out and then matching it and bringing it back. At a basic level, I recommend using 3 different types of crystals or less. In the advanced class, we kind of go haywire on crystals, but when it comes to crystals, I always recommend clear quartz. There's a reason you all got a clear quartz tower and 6 points. Now, one thing that I just realized, you would need another clear quartz point to activate the grid. Okay, I just maybe you have one at home. But I always recommend using clear quartz because it amplifies everything. And if you're going to go through this process, you might as well amplify the energy to get the best benefits. And then from there, you can pick one other crystal like rose quartz. Maybe you pick a third crystal, labradorite. Keep it simple at the beginning until you get really comfortable and start feeling and seeing the benefits. And then when you put your crystals in place, you activate the grid. And that's the video that I want to show you. Okay. Now just remember, if the crystals move out of place, you have to reactivate. I would reactivate the grid every month just to keep it energized and pay attention to it. You can meditate in front of it, you can pray in front of it, you can just sit in front of it. If you are good at energy sensing, like if you've been attuned to any energy modality, after you activate the grid, you can hover your hands over it and feel the energy. I mean, you can still do that even if you're not activated to an energy healing. You're going to feel the energy coming off the grid. All right, so let me show you. I'm going to show, it's all written in your workbook, and you are going to get these videos because I'm going to send you an email tomorrow that has everything in it. So you'll get these videos. Okay, so let me show you how to activate the flower of life. This is the most complicated activation. But once you do it a few times, it's going to be muscle memory, and it's just going to be a no-brainer. Trust me, you just have to practice. This is an activation of the flower of life grid. I look at the flower of life like it's a clock. So we're going to start with the center where the hands are, because that's the central energy of the grid, whatever crystal you put at the center. And then we're going to draw downward. Now you can fill in all of these intersections. Right now I just have 6 crystals that I'm using in total, but all of these intersections, you see those there? You can fill all of these with crystals. So normally you draw down to like the 6 o'clock if you're looking at this like a clock, but I don't have any crystals there. So I'm going to start at the center. You're going to take your point. You're going to need, I like clear quartz because it has no impurities and it's only going to amplify this. It's not going to add an additional energy. So you start at the center and you're finger painting. So you go down and back to the side and back. So what you do is you're connecting this crystal to that blue lace agate, to that amethyst, to that quartz and back. And you're hovering about 1, maybe 2 inches. Don't get too close, because then if you touch one of the crystals and move it out of place, you have to start again. So that's 1 round. You have to do 3, because we do everything in the energy world in patterns of 3. And this relates to the Tesla 369 philosophy. All right, you see what I'm doing there? So that's 1 round, or 1 round of 3. Now we're going to go back to the center. We're going to come down and we're going to do the circles. So we're going to do the blue lace agate. And then we're going to go to the amethyst and do the amethyst. And then we're going to go to the clear quartz. And so at this point, all of these crystals are now connected to each other. So this crystal, because of what we did, is connected with that blue lace agate, and that blue lace agate is now connected with that amethyst. And that's how you activate the flower of life. All right, did that make sense? Okay. All right, let's go to the next one. Now we're going to activate the figure 8, or the lemniscate. And this one is much easier to activate. Now when you're putting this one together, this is where the art comes into grid making. So right now, you know, because this is a calming grid, I have calming crystals. I have the amethyst down here, and I have the blue lace agate up here. But you can switch this up, and this is where, you know, I tweak my grids all the time. And what you want it to do is, well, you want it to work, but you want it to be, you know, aesthetically pleasing to the eye. Whoops, I did that wrong. There we go. So you want it to look good. Well, that looks pretty good. And then when it comes to the amplification points, you have a couple of options. I have pointed them in the direction that I'm actually, the way I draw a figure 8. So you'll see the point is going this way. The point is going this way. This is a double terminated, so that works great. And then when I come down here, here's the point going this way. The point is going this way because that's how I'm going to draw it. Now you can turn these and you can do it like this if you want to do something like that. So it just depends on how it looks to you, but you should look at it when you're done and just say, wow, that's just beautiful. All right, so we're going to take our point. We're going to start at the center where I have a clear quartz point. And we're going to go 1, 2, 3. And now we're going to do the figure 8 of the outside amplification points, starting at the center. 1, 2, and 3. All right, last video. So this video is showing how to activate the Fibonacci sequence or the golden ratio or the phi ratio sacred geometry. So you can see that all the crystals are very symmetrically laid out on the sacred geometry pattern. And so the center crystal is going right at the beginning here. Now I like to put little either photos or affirmations in the center of the center crystal, which I'm using a clear quartz point here. And this one says healing for the planet. And I'm using this particular grid because this is an expansion grid. So we want to expand healing for the planet. We don't want it to stay where it's at. We want it to get stronger and bigger. And so how you activate is I have a clear quartz point here. Any point will do, but I really like to use clear quartz. And so you think of the intention that you're putting into the grid. And I just think it in my mind. Sometimes I'll say it out loud. So I'm taking my point, I'm pointing it towards the quartz in the center, and I'm going to trace the outline of the crystals. And basically, this is like finger painting. You're smearing all the colors together. Now you want to be close to the crystals, but you don't want to be too close because if you knock a crystal out of the way, you got to start again. And you're going to do everything in patterns of 3, because 3, like I've said, is a very magical, spiritual number. So we start here, and we're going to go to this crystal, all these smoky quartz, to the carnelian, and to the rose quartz. Start again. We're just circling around. Starting at the beginning, circling around. And so what this has done is all of these smoky quartz have connected to the carnelians, and all of them have connected to the rose quartz. Now you see I have clear quartz points in the interior of the grid, and this is for amplification that we've already talked about. So I want to connect all of those, and I have the points pointing in the direction of the formation so that the energy is flowing out. So the points are this way. Now, we can certainly change this. We can put the points on the outside. Okay, so you can put points on the outside. And I try to put them in some sort of, to where it looks symmetrical. Because you want to look at a sacred geometry pattern and see the beauty and the pattern. So here I have it on the outside. Or you can take the points, you can point them in so that the points are energizing all the crystals in the grid. Or like I've talked about, you can, if you don't have a double terminated quartz, one goes in, one goes out. One goes in, one goes out. One goes in, one goes out. So that the energy is both going into the crystal grid and out, as well as radiating out from the grid. All right. What I would like to do is build a grid. All right. We are going to, all right, follow me. We're going to go to where all my crystals are. All right, look out, Dobby. All right. So you see that bookshelf? That is my private crystal store, and I've got crystals all over the place because I'm actually having a sale later tonight. So, okay, here we go. I want us to brainstorm a grid. Okay? Does anybody have a grid that they want to build? Do you have an idea?
I would say healing energy. More specific.
That's like going on to Amazon and ordering a book. You got to be very, very precise so that you can get the order in. Healing for who? Now here's the thing, we can send healing energy to anyone, and if at a soul level they are receptive, they will receive it. So we can send healing energy to the planet, to a country, to a group of people, to a specific location, to help calm weather energies and stuff like that. So we're not forcing energy on them. If they are receptive at a soul level, they will receive it, and if not, it just dissipates. So Dee, what are you thinking? Who needs healing?
Well, I would say I do, but the planet.
Okay.
How about calming the chaos? How about calming the, yeah, that makes sense.
Calming chaos.
Yep.
Yes. Okay. That's getting more specific. And that's the thing, when you're setting an intention, think of it like you're ordering from Amazon. If you're vague, Amazon is not going to send you anything. If you say, I want a book, you're going to get 9 million titles. And they're going to say, you got to pick. You have to be precise. You have to tell me, I want Biology of Belief by Dr. Bruce Lipton. Okay. So you have to be very, very, very precise, because if you try to throw energies at too much, it's like throwing spaghetti on a wall and you're hoping one piece is going to stick. Precision is the best thing. Okay. So let's talk this through. Okay, we want to calm chaos. What happens in chaos? What are the feelings? What are the actions? What are the things that happen? Start shouting out words.
Dysfunction, scattered,
Fear.
Fear, yeah.
Fear,
Uncertainty.
Anger.
agitation, nervousness. Okay.
Depression for some.
Aggression, yep. Yep.
Loss of control.
loss of control. So, what's the antidote to all of that?
Love.
Calming.
Calming. Because all those words we just said is not what we activate the grid with. Because otherwise, we bring more chaos, more anger, more agitation, more restlessness. So, calming. So, what are other things that we may want to say? Calming.
Bringing
Sedating.
love.
Oh, Sherry, what was that?
Sedating.
Sedating.
Grounding.
Grounding.
Love.
That's a
Gentle.
separate grid. Getting
Oh.
into the emotions, that's a totally separate grid.
Oh, okay.
Yep, we are laser focused on calm. You can build multiple grids and connect them.
Clarity.
Clarity,
Clarity or certainty. Or something.
that's a separate grid.
Okay.
Yep, that's a separate grid. So yeah, so
Tolerance.
with calming, I mean, and we can just solely focus on calming, soothing.
Mhm.
I'm wondering if we can throw in harmony. I didn't bring my pendulum in. Can somebody pendulum test if harmony goes with calming?
Yes.
Okay. So that's probably good. We throw in harmony, calming and harmony for the collective.
Yes.
Ellie, does it make, to be more specific, does it make a difference if we pinpoint what we think is the geographic location of the source?
You can pinpoint a geographic location, or you can not box yourself in. Now, if you're making a grid to calm down the wildfires in Northern California, then absolutely you laser it.
Mm-hmm.
You laser it to that location. But right now there is chaos worldwide. We don't want to box it in.
Okay.
And we don't want to influence the energies with our opinion of where we think it originates, because right now it's everywhere. Everybody who is in chaos is its own originator. So we're going to try to blanket as much as we can. And here's the thing. I have never built a grid where the first time out, it was a winner. I built it. I waited. I usually give it a week to 10 days. And then if I'm not sensing a change, I go back to the drawing board. Maybe I make it broader. Maybe I make it more precise. I get more clear on the intention. So, just be fluid with these and always pendulum test by the time you get to the end. It takes time to really feel comfortable making grids, but the only way you're going to feel comfortable is if you start making them. You cannot screw anything up. You are not going to create a catastrophe. That crystals either work or they don't. They're never going to create a problem. Okay, so don't ever feel scared about making a grid. Okay, okay, so we want to, I should have brought a pen. I don't have a pen. Hold on, I gotta get pen and paper. We have to write down. We have to write down the intention. Okay. So this grid, we are, let's see, soothing and calming. Do we want to focus worldwide, or do we want to focus, what do we want to focus on?
I think
I thought- worldwide.
Okay. So soothing and calming energies for planet Earth resulting in harmony. How does that sound?
Mhm.
We'll give it a try. Okay. So I wrote it down because then I will slide it under the grid. Okay, we're soothing, calming, harmony. What sacred geometry formation do we want to work with?
I say flower of life
Why the flower of life?
because everything's connected.
Ooh, yeah, everything's connected.
And my mind went to the Lemon-Esca for the unity and the harmony.
That's a good one too. Calming, unity, harmony. Yeah, so see here, you cannot go wrong with either of those. I would not do the golden phi ratio because right now the energies are chaos and you will grow it. Because the golden phi ratio starts where you are at and expands it. So no on that. But flower of life, yeah, it's protective. It's for the earth. It's connective. But the infinity symbol, we're going to do both. We're going to do both. Okay. Oh, shoot. They're on the same piece of paper. Okay. We'll do one and then I'll have to take it down and then we'll do the other. Okay. Let's start with the flower of life. And other than clear quartz, let's pick two other crystals. What two crystals do we want for soothing, calming, and harmony?
Blue lace agate.
Okay. All right. What else? Let's get all the crystals on the table.
What was the first one?
Oh, we always do clear quartz.
Oh, okay.
Always. I need to go get my pendulum. Hold on. I have multiple pendulums. Where the heck are they? Where'd they all go?
Fifth dimension.
I know. All right, let's get the. Oh, Dobby. I know, Dobby. I'll feed you lunch. Okay. Blue lace agate. Okay, what else is on the table?
Citrine,
What?
either citrine or rose quartz. It's like eeny meeny.
Okay, citrine is energizing, right? It's got the energy of the sun.
Amethyst.
Do we want to energize?
What about the sodalite?
Sodalite. I mean, sodalite is blue and it's calming. But is that the best choice? We got to, because if we're going to limit to two, what are the best calming?
Labradorite.
Amethyst.
Labradorite.
I'd say amethyst.
Okay. Let's start with labradorite. Why labradorite?
Because it's known to calm.
Okay.
Ground.
What are the other? Because you have to look at all the energies that the crystal brings. So
Okay.
what else does labradorite do?
Let's see.
It helps with fears and insecurities.
Fears and insecurities. Does
It's
chaos
protective.
come out of fear?
Does what?
Does chaos come out of fear?
Yes.
I absolutely believe that. Yes.
Okay. All right. That is an option. Okay. And then amethyst. Who said amethyst?
I did.
Why amethyst?
I just thought that it is calming. Thinking of it's protective. It's a master healer. I don't know if that's physical. I mean, it's a master physical healer.
Helps with decision making.
Oh,
which people in chaos don't make good decisions.
Right.
Okay. All right. So here's what we're going to do. So so all my tumbleds, here, I'll show you. This is one of the storage systems. These are not my crystals, but the ones for classes and for the store. I see that container. It's like a hardware container that you put nuts and bolts in. That's where the crystals are. So, all right. So I have amethyst, blue lace agate, and labradorite. Okay, for our grid for soothing, and I'm going to say the intention. For soothing and calming energies for planet Earth resulting in harmony, should we use amethyst? No. For soothing, calming energies for planet Earth resulting in harmony, I'll put it where you can see it. Should we use, let me start again. All right. For soothing and calming energies for planet Earth resulting in harmony, should we use blue lace agate? Yes. For soothing, calming energies for planet Earth resulting in harmony, should we use labradorite? Yes. Okay. So blue lace agate and labradorite. Now, because I had set the intention that we were only picking two, if I change, pull the amethyst back out. If we decide to add another crystal, is amethyst good for this grid? Yes. But the two primary are blue lace agate and labradorite. Okay. All right. Does that make sense? Okay. Now, hold on. Okay, there we go. So, like your tower, I got a clear quartz tower. I love clear quartz in the middle because no impurities, total amplification. Okay, now whenever I am buying tumbled crystals, I buy in replications of 6 because of this. Because the first ring I need smaller pieces. These are too big. The first ring has 6 spaces. Now, if you only have 3, then you can just do 3. You can skip. So I put one there, I skip one, I put one there, I skip one, and I put one there, okay? If you only have 3, you can do that. But this is why I buy 6. So that I can fill every space. I also try to use crystals that are the same size. So I'm not doing, one, little crystal and a big crystal. I try to give them equal opportunity by being the same size. So this is one option. Now, here's the thing. When you're dealing with a grid, you always start with the central crystal. And on the Flower of Life, it is this central quartz. That's where we start the activation. And that's like the first domino. We're doing a domino effect. And we want to be able to let each crystal topple the next crystal. So we have to think through, okay, this is soothing and calming, resulting in harmony. So when we look at blue lace agate versus labradorite, what is the first energy domino that we want to topple? Like, what is the first thing that needs to happen in order to soothe and calm the energies? When you look at labradorite versus blue lace agate, which one would you want to put first?
The blue lace agate.
Why?
Because it's not only calming and soothing, but includes anger, temper, and bad mood.
Okay. Is that the first domino, or is that the end result that we actually want?
I guess we have to look at labradorite and find out. See.
Yeah, when you look at labradorite, helps with fears and insecurities.
Okay.
Calms an overactive mind
Mm-hmm.
that could be resulting in chaos. So we're kind of getting to the root. What is the root of the chaos? Fear, overactive mind. Okay, those are just a couple of things. I'm sure there's trauma. People are being triggered. They're not working on themselves. They're doing nothing to heal themselves. They don't have trust. Trust in self and the universe is one of the characteristics of labradorite. So if we can start with what is the root issue? Can we topple and help with the fear, the insecurity, the overactive mind, get them into a higher consciousness where maybe they can think and listen and all sorts of good stuff. And then the blue lace agate calms the result that happens from all the fear and the insecurity and the overactive mind, calms the energy, calms the anger, soothes the energy. Do you see how that works? You see how I did that? Does that make sense?
Yes.
All right. That's how you need to think about these grids. What is the first energy that you want to hit? So I'm now putting the labradorite. So it's getting to the root. What is the root? And this is where you really got to sit down and start mapping it out. What's the root? What's the root of the chaos? It's fear. So we got to work on the fear. And then once you work on the fear, now we can start calming the energies. So this next circle on the flower of life has 12 spaces. Okay, if you only have 6 pieces, that's okay. You can go every other space. You see how I did that? So now that's the order that everything is toppling. And then we're going to amplify. Do we want the points to go in or out or both? What's the benefit of the amplification points going in?
It focuses on the world.
Yeah, what they do is they basically send the energy in, and so it's like finger painting. You're grabbing all that energy and you're shooting it out to the point. Whereas when the points are going out, this grid is going out through all those points in different directions as well as through the center point. So both are right. I mean, there's no wrong way. It's just how do you want to do it? For me, unless I have double terminated doing both of those, I alternate. One in, one out. One in, one out. One in, one out. And there, now I don't have to make a decision. It's doing everything. All right. Now let's go ahead and activate. It's not going to look right for you because I think you're, hold on, let me get this closer. Because I think it reverses on the screen. But like I said, I look at it like a clock. I start at the center, I draw down to 6 o'clock. Okay. Oh, wait a minute. Before I even do that, let's say, you have a lot of blue lace agate. Here, let's fill this in. We're going to do 12 pieces. Everything in the energy world is broken down into replications of 3. 3, 6, 9, 12. Okay. Now you can put even more crystals in here. So if you build this and you give it 7 to 10 days and it's like, I don't really know if this is working, you could add amethyst. Because what is one good benefit of amethyst because of the iron?
Grounding.
Grounding and protective. Amethyst is always good on the outside because it creates a protective energy so that all of this can go to work. So you could build this and then give it 7 to 10 days and then decide to add amethyst on the outside. Okay, see how that works? All right, and then as you're activating it, you're saying the intention over and over and over again. Okay, so soothing and calming energies for planet Earth resulting in harmony. Soothing and calming energies for planet Earth resulting in harmony. Soothing and calming energies for planet Earth resulting in harmony. All right, that's one round. Just for the sake of time, I'm not going to do all 3. And then we go down and we do the circles 3 times. Soothing and calming energies for planet Earth resulting in harmony. Soothing and calming energies for planet Earth resulting in harmony. And go to the points. Soothing and calming energies for planet Earth resulting in harmony. All right. Even though I didn't do the full activation, is this activated? Yeah, it actually is. You can take your pendulum and test it. Okay. So that's the thing. After you build a grid, pendulum test. Is it active? Every day you can put your pendulum over it and ask it, is this, and then read the affirmation or the intention. Is this soothing and calming energies for planet Earth resulting in harmony? And if at some point it says no, go back to the drawing board. Okay, does that make sense? Okay. Let's do
Okay.
an escapade.
Allie, I have a question.
Yes.
Does this work incrementally? For instance, if we add the amethyst on the outside, and after a week we're feeling that there's some change, but we'd like to amplify that. Can you put another ring around of something that would, because you're talking about toppling from the inside out, that is there another, I mean, would it help to add more rings like an internal flower of life?
You'd have to give it a try.
Mhm.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. If what you have created isn't working, more layers are not going to make it better.
Mm-hmm. But if it is working,
then I wouldn't mess with it. Like, don't fix what's working. Let it work.
okay. But I do have a question. When you were talking about the energy starting from the crystal in the middle, that successively it topples the energy going out. So why would we have the outside crystals going in and out if we're really sending this out with the final energy of being calming?
Because you can direct how the energies go. You can direct how they go. The clear quartz is simply amplifying and pushing the energy. So that central crystal in the middle, it doesn't have to be a clear quartz, but I primarily, like right now I have an epidote quartz in the middle of one of my grids. That's the central crystal that starts the domino effect. Okay? The amplification points just decide how do you want to send the energy. So the domino effect and sending the energy are two different things.
Okay.
So you got the domino that starts with the central crystal, the amplification. And again, there's no right or wrong. Do you want to send it out through that central point, or do you want to send it out through all the amplification points? There's no right or wrong. I like to do both. So that's why I like working with double terminated, or I alternate the points.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, let's do the lemniscate. Here, hold on. What is this doing? Oops, hold on. I just lost you guys. Where'd you guys go? Oh, there you are. Oh my gosh. Old Zoom just disappeared. Okay. Central crystal. All right. Now everybody draws a figure eight differently, but the way I draw it, I'm going to be going to this circle first and this one second. So we've already decided that the first energy we want to topple, because this truly is a domino effect, is the labradorite. Now, if you only have three, you can do, here's the thing, for making grids, you need at least three of everything. Three is your golden number. I prefer six. Okay. There's three of each. Now, here's an interesting thought that just popped into my head. What if we alternated? What does that domino effect do? Does anybody want to guess?
It's one of the three principles. What is it?
So the first domino is hitting the fear and the insecurity and the overactive mind, and then calming. And then hitting the fear and the insecurity and calming. Hitting the fear, insecurity, and calming. So as you hit the root issue, you calm it. Hit it again, calm it. Hit it again, calm it. So this could work. You could do that. It depends on, well, it's pendulum test. Let's see, how do I want to ask this? Is this grid beneficial for alternating the crystals back and forth? Oh, it says no. Okay, all right, there you go. I was just literally thinking out loud that might be good, but that's the thing. Like, just think about what this is going to look like, and then pendulum test. All right, I'm gonna do 6. I'm gonna do 6. All right, there we go. All right, let's ask. All right, are these crystals in the proper order for soothing, calming energies for planet Earth, resulting in harmony? Yes. Okay. All right. All right. This grid is being activated for soothing and calming energies for planet Earth, resulting in harmony. Now that one I did not do amplification points. Is this grid activated? Yes. Okay. Let's do some amplification, and see, that one I want there, and that one I want there. Okay, there we go. Okay. Soothing and calming energies for planet Earth, resulting in harmony. Is that even stronger? Yes. Okay. And then what I would do is I would take my little intention without moving the crystals. I slide it underneath. You could even put a picture of the planet underneath if you wanted to. Okay. Any questions about that? You kind of get the method to the madness of how you think it through, and just try to be as specific as you can. I have created grids where I was throwing spaghetti against the wall. Some things worked in it and other things didn't. So I have learned that precision is the best. And if you want to just create 2 grids, because along with this, we may need trauma healing, we may need karmic lesson resolution, we may need heart healing. I mean, there may be other things, and you could create multiple grids and just set them by each other. Let them work off of each other. Yeah. All right. Does that
I
make
have
sense?
a question.
Yeah.
I have a question. I have to leave at noon,
Okay.
so I was hoping to get a little more information about your crystal sale tonight, the time and how do I access it?
Oh, on Facebook,
Okay.
the page is called Manifested Harmony.
Oh, I know that one. Yep.
Yep. It starts at 6 p.m. Eastern. It goes until noon Eastern tomorrow. And I'm going to have 4 posts, and there's photos and there's videos. And if you like a crystal, you just have to comment with the crystal number and the price. And it's first come, first serve. If you claim it, you get it.
Oh, perfect. Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I can't go over today.
Oh, that's okay. That's okay.
But we're getting a video, right? So I can watch this next part.
Yeah, because now we're going to do the 2 body layouts. So yeah, you can absolutely watch that and do it.
I think I'm going to sign off, but I wanted to say thank you
Okay.
very much for the class. It was very informative.
Oh,
I
good.
enjoyed it.
I'm glad that you were here.
Thank you.
All right, I'm going to move back into my office, and um the thing with grids is to just practice. I mean, I remember some of my first grids that I did, and it's like, oh, Allie, oh, you were so cute. You were so ill-informed. But I did no harm. I did no harm. They just didn't work. And it's like working with new things. I remember the first time I started working with essential oils. It's like, I don't know what the heck I'm doing. I'm just gonna pour them on my body and we'll just figure it out. Well, then I figured it out. Okay, so just you cannot do any harm. Please do not be afraid of grids. They're amazing. They either work or they don't. Okay? They either work or they don't. Okay. We're going to do 2 body layouts. Okay? So are you all in a location where you can lay down either on the floor, on a couch, on a bed? You can turn your cameras off. You don't have to have your cameras on for this. But I want to talk you through 2 layouts. So the first thing, I want you to have all your crystals. And don't lay down. Like, I want you to just sit down. Don't fully lay down, because I'm going to teach you how to lay the crystals on your body. But make sure that you have all your crystals with you, every single one that I gave you in this class. So I will let you get in place. And we are going to we're going to use the chakra crystals, okay? So make sure you also have your pendulum with you. Okay, sorry, I forgot to mention that. Make sure you have your pendulum with you because after this layout, before the second one, I want you to test your chakras. All right, so what I want you to do is we apply crystals to the body from the bottom of our body, whether it's your feet or your hips, going all the way up to the crown. And then when we take them off, we do the reverse, crown to the bottom. All right, so what I want you to do is take your black tourmaline and your smoky quartz and put that anywhere between your feet and like the top of your legs. So I like to put them between my legs. So maybe you can put the black tourmaline between your ankles and the smoky quartz between your knees. Okay, so go ahead and get those crystals in place. So black tourmaline, so don't lay down yet. So black tourmaline and smoky quartz between your legs. Now, there's two ways as you're laying down that you can have the crystals available to put on your body. You can either hold them in your hand, if you can hold all of them, or you can line them up next to you so that when you lay down, you just reach over and grab them. With small tumbled polished crystals, sometimes they slide off the body if you lay them on top of clothing. So for like sacral, solar plexus, heart, you may need to put them underneath your clothing so that they're more secure. So 2 inches below your belly button, like you usually where your pants sit, that's where you're going to put your carnelian. Okay, so go ahead and put your carnelian in place. Dobby's playing with a crystal. Dobby, where'd you get that? Where'd you get that? You stole that, didn't you? I know you did. All right, the yellow citrine you're going to put on your stomach. Now you can go ahead, you can start laying back. Put the yellow citrine on your stomach. On your heart, and you may just need to tuck these in your bra, you're going to do both your rose quartz and your labradorite. On your throat, put your blue lace agate, the light blue crystal. On your third eye, you're going to need to balance these and put them close together, but put both the sodalite and the amethyst on your third eye forehead. And then on your crown, you're going to take your bigger piece of clear quartz with the flat bottom, and you want to lay it on the ground with the flat bottom touching the top of your head, and then the point is literally going away from your body. Okay, so just lay your clear quartz there. And I'm going to just have you lay for 5 minutes. As you lay in this layout, I want you to pay attention to what you're feeling, any sensations, any twitching, any thoughts that come into your mind that are kind of unusual. Maybe you think of something that you haven't thought about in a long time. So pay attention to what is happening, and I will call you out of it in 5 minutes, okay? Okay, don't sit up just yet. Go ahead and remove the crystals in reverse order, starting with your crown and then working your way down the body. And when you get all the crystals removed, I want you to pendulum test your chakras and see if there is a difference compared to where your chakras were when we started the class this morning. Now you can stay seated on the floor or on the couch. Don't get back up because after you test your chakras, I'm going to put you in one more layout. And then after that, we'll debrief about what you felt. Okay. So let's just take a couple of minutes and test your chakras. All right, if you're done with that, our next layout is you're just going to need the small clear quartz points, the 6 that came with your crystals. Just those 6 points. And if you want, you can use the bigger one with the flat bottom. You can use that one too on your crown, but here's where you're going to put them. You're going to, on the outside of each foot, you're going to put 1 point and make sure that the point is going up the body. So on the outside of the left ankle, on the outside of the right ankle, put a point, make sure that the point's going up the body. And then you can go ahead and lay down. Make sure you have the crystals in your hand. You're going to put one on your solar plexus, on your stomach. So right in the center of your stomach, have the point going up the body. Then you're going to put a point above each shoulder. So it's going to lay on the ground, point going up the body. So a point on the above the left shoulder and a point above the right shoulder. And then the last one is on your crown. And if you want to do the bigger crystal, you can. But again, it's laying on the ground, point going away from the body. So 6 clear points, all pointed up the body, outside of your ankles, your stomach, above each shoulder, and on the crown. I'm going to have you lay in it for 5 minutes. Pay attention to what you feel, and if you feel anything different from the prior layout, Okay, you can go ahead and remove the crystals from crown and work your way on down to your ankles. And when you're ready, you can just come back in front of your computer and we will debrief. All right. First of all, how were your chakras after that first body layout?
You're balanced.
All of them?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Yeah, my solar plexus was off the first and then it was balanced after.
Okay. Did anyone still have any chakras that were out of balance?
Mine are, but I think it's because I'm like working on a sinus infection, so the whole body's just out of whack.
Yeah.
So it was really hard. I couldn't really do them because I couldn't lay there because there was just lots of phlegm and
Okay.
coughing. So
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah, when you're feeling better and able to lay down, um, these two are in your workbook. Okay, so let me tell you where they are. It's chakra balancing on page 43. That was the first one. And the second one was the relaxation grid on page 45. So did any of you feel a difference between the two layouts? What was the difference?
First, with the chakra, I felt it more in my upper chakras, whereas I didn't know it was relaxation, but everything was smooth with just the points.
For me, it was the first one. I noticed that I had tingling sort of around my whole body, just a very light tingling, but my left side was more activated than my right side. And then the second one, it was almost like I had a central axis with everything flowing smoothly, but I still had tingling throughout kind of the outside of my body.
Yeah, so the second one with just being clear quartz, just silica, its only job is to move chi energy.
Mhm.
That's it. That's its only job.
My first one, it felt like my throat was like closing up. I mean, it was kind of a weird feeling. And my ears started ringing.
So yeah, so your clairaudient channels are trying to open and there's something going on with your throat and the crystal's trying to correct it.
Yeah, and then the second one, my left knee was really like jerky, like it was kept moving.
Yeah,
So,
so when there are energy blocks and energy releasing, it can come through in twitching. And
okay.
it's like the energy's trying to release. So something in the knee is releasing. So you could certainly, later today or, tomorrow, work on both those areas. I mean, you could just lay on the couch and just put your blue lace agate on your throat and just do that. And
Okay.
you could take all your quartz crystals and surround your knee, like and just literally laser fire them into your knee and let it release what it's trying to release.
Well, I just had surgery 3 months ago, a knee replacement, so
There you go.
that's probably what it is. So,
Yep. Because any time the body is cut, that's an energy invasion that needs to be
Yeah.
healed.
Yeah.
There you go. That's why. Wow, that's cool that you felt that. That energy is trying to release, and that's a healing. That's a healing aspect.
Mm.
Very cool.
It was interesting for me because for me, the first one was very relaxing. The second one was very energizing.
Yeah. Interesting. And that just shows how we all respond differently.
Mhm.
Yeah. Yeah. We all respond differently. So the more you work with them, you can certainly take the explanations that I've given you. You can even go deeper. I mean, there's so many online places that describe crystals and so many books, but where you really get the knowledge is just when you work with them and pay attention to how you're feeling and what's happening. Yeah. Very, very cool. All right. So yeah, so those are in your workbook, and I've given you other layouts that you are welcome to try, but I really recommend either tweaking them to what you need or coming up with your own. Like, I mentioned laying blue lace agate all over your body, especially if you feel like you have a lot of inflammation or you have some nervous system dysregulation. Just cover yourself in blue lace agate and see how you feel. I mean, that can be powerful. But doing either of these two layouts, and the reason that I had you do these two is that I know you have the crystals because I sent them to you, but they are easy. Your chakras balanced in 5 minutes. I can guarantee you your chakras balanced within 30 seconds. But sometimes we like the justification of, well, I'm lying in a crystal layout. I need 30 minutes. Now, the crystals are like, no, I got it taken care of in under 30 seconds. But if you need your Kelgon moment, if you need to lay out for 30 minutes, take it because it feels great. But that's how fast crystals work. They balanced your chakras that fast. Now we go out into the world. We get thrown off balance unless we have crystals in our pocket and we're drinking crystal water. And that's why very short layouts done with frequency are going to keep you balanced. I mean, it's the same thing I say with essential oils. One drop with frequency is what you need, not pour 20 drops on yourself and think it's going to last 24 hours. It's short spurts with frequency. That's where the beauty comes in. And that's when you really start noticing the shifts because crystals are subtle. But you start doing something every day, even for 5 minutes, you're going to look back in a month and it's like, oh, I'm sleeping better. I didn't know that I was sleeping better, but I am. I'm less anxious. Like I feel more grounded. It's subtle. Okay. All right. We are coming near the end, and I'm actually going to finish on time, even though we had to end early yesterday. Okay. What are your next steps? Number one, read through the workbook. It should take you less than an hour to read through it because I did not regurgitate the workbook to you. You can read it. Okay. There's lots of information in there, and it's going to solidify what you learned. You're going to get these recordings so that if you're like, what did Allie say? She said something right at the end of citrine and I don't remember. You have the recordings. You can go back and listen. These recordings are private on my YouTube page, so only those who have the link can watch them. So they're private. Nobody else is going to see them. Keep working with your crystals. Get to know them. Get to know how your frequency mingles with the crystal frequency and what happens. I would recommend start building grids, practice building grids. Okay. The more you practice, the more exciting it gets on when you start seeing them work. I am going to send you an email with all the links to the classes, video links to the grid activation, those 3 videos, and I'm going to send you an evaluation form. So and it's a Word document, so you can just download it to your computer, type in it, email it back to me, and when you do that, I'll send you a certificate that you took this class, okay? You have an invitation to join the Crystal Cluster. Here, I'm going to come back to the screen in a bit. If you want to join, you can come to one meetup for free. You just got to let me know. Send me an email or a message and say, hey, I want to come to tomorrow's meetup. We meet the 4th Monday of each month at 6:30 p.m. Eastern. If you want to come tomorrow, you can, or you can come in March. So just let me know. You get a free, come and check it out. And then if you want to join, I don't even know how much it is. I think if you pay the annual, it comes out to like $6 a month. Okay, it's not much, but you get first access to all the stuff that comes into my store. You get 24-hour access to the store, lots of continuing education, all like-minded people. It's really a fun group. Let's see what else. If you want to take the advanced class, if you're like, holy cow, I need to keep going, especially if you want to get a certification. Certification's open after the advanced class. The online class is coming up, 4.5-hour segments, Saturday, Sunday, last 2 weekends in March. Okay, there's still time to register. And I do a bundle discount. Like Melanie, I know you're already in it. You get a 10% discount overall. So I basically have taken what you paid for this class, did a 10% total discount, and you end up saving $93 if you want to take it. I would have to send you a private link to pay that because what's on my webpage right now is the full price for the class. So if you want to join, it's 18 hours of education. It is going very deep into the science and lots more. So consider that. I only teach these classes twice a year. So this will come back in October, the advanced class. And in the advanced class, I have information in your workbook about it, but we really, really get into some deep science, the formation of crystals. We get into more quantum physics, geology, sacred geometry. I go into fractals. You will come out having a completely different viewpoint of crystals, even now, based on what you have. I'll go through the master quartz. I go through about 25 advanced crystals that I feel are very important right now. We do greater work on the energy body. I add in more chakras. We do more advanced grids. I talk about advanced crystal tools and then crystal ethics. Oh, and I give you 2 hours of fake crystal education, which is the most depressing part of the class. And after the advanced class, these certifications open. With this class in the advanced, you're eligible to sit for the certified crystal healer. And it's super easy. It really is. You have 90 days from the advanced class to take an online quiz, 40 questions. No one has even remotely come anywhere close to failing, ever. It's open book, untimed. You have 2 opportunities to take it. It's super easy. You have to create a grid of your own creation and do a crystal session on someone of your own creation. Okay, that's it. You have 90 days to do that. It's a hard 90 days. If you blow the 90 days, that's it. There's no extension unless you're literally hospitalized for 2 of the 3 months. That's the exception. None of you have taken the animal class. Well, Dee, you did, and you already got certified. But if anybody takes the animal class and the advanced class, you can become a certified animal crystal healer. Okay. And then anybody who is utilizing crystals in their business, like you're a yoga teacher and you work crystals into yoga, or Melanie, with you being a veterinarian, if you actually start doing crystal sessions on your animal client, you can sit for the Certified Advanced Crystal Healer. And that's by application. You have to send me a request on why you want to do it, and then I give you all the stuff. So there's 3 possible certifications, but that comes after advanced.
Ellie, can I just check in with you? Would I have to resit through the advanced to get the 90-day start?
No, because you just took the advanced in the last round. So
Okay.
for the Certified Crystal Healer, your 90 days starts tomorrow.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. And I'll send you all that information on what to do. All right. If you want a crystal practice, like if you're like, oh, I'm just really bad with doing stuff, I wrote a journal. I just published it a couple of months ago. It's called the Guided Crystal Journal. And you got pages in here that literally guide you through exactly, what crystal am I using? Why did I pick this crystal? How did I feel before? How did I feel after? And you can write notes. But one thing that is really cool is I have descriptions in the back of 160 of my favorite crystals. So it's a really easy tool to work with. Plus, it's got some education in the front. So if you want that, that's on my website, or you can just message me and I'll show you how to get it. I talked about the crystal cluster, and that is it. That is what I got. So, do you have any questions that you already haven't asked?
Hey, Allie, for that crystal cluster, I sent a payment this morning through PayPal.
Oh, I just haven't been online. So I will,
Okay, well, it'll probably come in through as Keith Abbott because it's under my husband.
okay.
But if you see that, it's actually me. So,
Okay. All right, good. Thanks for letting me know.
Um,
I'll have to find you on Facebook. We'll have to friend each other, and then that's how I get you into the Facebook group.
okay, thank you.
All right. And then I'll send you the link for tomorrow's meetup. We have Lisa Marie out of New Mexico. Is that where she's from? New Mexico? She's a silversmith coming in to talk about crystal jewelry. So
Okay.
I like having guest speakers. But we always have some topic that we focus on. But it's a time to ask questions and come in with aha moments. I mean, we just get together for an hour and just love on crystals the whole time. Okay.
Ellie, what time is that Eastern?
6:30 Eastern.
6:30 Eastern. I could actually, let me see, 2 o'clock. Can I make it tomorrow? Just trying to think if I can make it tomorrow. If I can make it tomorrow, would I text you today to let you know that I would like to join tomorrow?
Just message me before noon tomorrow.
Okay.
Yeah. And I'll get you the link.
Okay, super. That sounds good. Message you or email.
Either. Just make sure I respond. If you don't hear from me, just try another way.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Any other questions at this point?
Allie, one of the ways that I can tend to relax is my body needs water. So I usually, hit the tub or something like that with baking soda and sea salt. So any of the crystals can go in there too, as long as they're not toxic,
Yep. And as long as they're Mohs hardness 6 or higher.
6 or higher.
Hmm.
Okay.
Yep. Crystals in the bathtub are pretty darn cool.
That's what I'm hoping.
Yeah, absolutely.
And
Yeah.
I'm also thinking of it in the horse water tanks.
Hmm.
Now, most of my tanks that I have are metal, and I have a couple that are like fiberglass. Does it matter?
It should be okay. Yeah, it should be okay. And depending on how big how big is the tank?
In the summer, they're 100-gallon tanks.
Okay.
In the winter, they're 20-gallon tanks.
Okay. So yeah, you'd want a like a palm-sized crystal to put in there. You'd want something a little bit bigger. Yeah.
Cool.
Cool. All right. you guys were fantastic. This was a great class. I really enjoyed this, and I know your brains are full. But if you have questions, just reach out. And I hope to see you in the advanced class. The advanced class will blow your mind. I don't know if Dee can attest to that, but it will dramatically change even now how you view about crystals, and hopefully what you even know now is dramatically different than what you thought coming in.
Mhm, mhm. Allie, if any friends want to take that, is this course a prerequisite for the advanced?
Yes.
It is, okay.
Yeah, either the basic or the animal class is a prerequisite to get into the advanced.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. Thank you very much. I will get an email to you by tomorrow, sometime tomorrow. And yeah, thank you for being here. It was just fantastic to have you all here.
It was
Thank
great.
you.
Thank you, Allie.
Thanks,
This was
Allie.
really good 2 days.
All
Thanks.
right. Take care.
Bye.
You too.
Okay,
Thank you.
bye-bye.